Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Where we had last left off, our band of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, had made their way back to Colcaster, the capital city of the Grioran Empire, and the most bountiful, or at least most opulent city in the entirety of the empire. But they were getting their airship loaded with cargo to take to the city of Drakefast, the the military city known for training combatants and of the Grioran military of all kinds. The most notable of which being the general, a General Roderus, who is in charge of the fort and is their contact which they wish to speak with once they get there. And so, while the ship is being loaded, we start off on a new morning with the band of adventurers all together, having spent time in their quarters on the ship, and are about ready to set sail, or air sail in this case. So, Lucky Sevens, on this new morning, bright and fresh, the preparedness of yourselves finished for the day, what do you do?
I think Alira is going to talk to our new little stowaway.
Imbrel. Imbrel Stormcrow. Brother to Vanya, a warrior and magician? Mage, wizard, something. He's not hard to find. He's in the mess with everyone eating the the sort of ration breakfast that has been prepared, as long along with some rather easy things that Karobe may have thrown together as well.
I dine on the diet of giants. What kind of stories will this end up being told? I half expected them to end up bringing forth these great beasts, the mom moths that I have heard of. But as I said, I make a point to sit across from him.
Oh,
Place down this, well, this feast that our dear giant has managed to end up setting forth for us. And as I place myself, I try and stand a little straighter, trying to be well presentable, keeping my staff rested at my side, having it rest in the nook of my arm at that point, and then looking across the table. So, to my understanding, you are Vanya's sibling.
yes. Sorry about last night, and I didn't realize that porthole was your window. Sorry about that.
Think nothing of it. No, I. Is it just you and Vanya then? Or do you have a myriad of brothers and sisters alike?
No, it's just the two of us now. Sadly, our sister passed away in a fire.
Tragic. But
Yeah, Vanya was so little back then.
and you were of age for She again just looks at him, kind of like tilting her head a little bit to the side.
An elf?
I understand that we have similarities, but she's studying him, and I imagine this is the same way that most people study her when she walks into a room. Being that most people have never ended up seeing a drow in the surface for centuries at this point, at minimal.
Where you're an elf too. You're just different. Right?
Drow.
Drow. It's not a word I've ever heard of before.
It is.
Some make the distinction of high elf versus land elf, but
And which would you qualify as?
Vanya and I are land elves.
And amongst land elves, the House of Stormcrow is in good standing.
I suppose. I don't know what bad standing would mean.
And to be fair, I am still discovering that myself. I was left to end up wondering, however, the state of such things, as I imagine your lordship is very much busy upon dealing with internal matters, while your matriarch continues to end up bolstering the House of Stormcrow.
I don't know that we necessarily have a matriarch per se. There's our mother, who is very well gifted in, various different things revolving around my father's sort of store. Instrument crafters.
He kind of looks at him like really confused.
Vanya's guitar? Our father made that.
Ah, so a house built on artisanship.
Yeah,
And you follow along in his trade then?
No. No, I'm not a craftsman at all. I have two left hands, basically.
She quickly grabs his wrists and looks at them.
They're not two left hands.
You seem to be in operational order. She kind of folds his hands as she's kind of pulling them closer, checking them. Like, is there any indication that these are both left hands?
No, but his hands are rather scarred. As if slices have been done up and down the sort of bone and stitched back together. And go into the sort of arm wraps that he wears as well. You see that there's scarring all the way up and past that.
Hands of a warrior.
Yes. If I'm gonna be clumsy, I might as well be clumsy with a blade in the right direction.
And that is your role in the House of Stormcrow.
You say house. Like, I'm not sure if you just mean our family or if you mean like what do you mean by that?
All great houses are organized by members of family.
Mm-hmm.
A gathering here sort where resources and here trade and skills and knowledge are interspersed. Headed by a matriarch that it will end up near gift or pressing the concerns of the family itself. In order to, it is a combination of familial ties, guildship, and political structure. Do you not have such things? I thought you were saying you were an elf.
I am an elf. But here in the Green Oran Empire, we don't have such structures. Each individual is their own person. It's not like we have to, I guess, prove ourselves to our family name, I guess. That's a bit more Kandorian,
Why not?
I think. Or maybe more Aslandian.
And yet, you've ended up finding your sister has selected a coffin mate.
Coffin mate?
Yes, one who you will end up sharing on your lives and unto the grave.
I was definitely aware of their relationship. I didn't know that it was that serious.
There are certain things even the gods dare not step between.
Clearly.
Heaven, pardon. May the depths spare any but the god who would end up stepping between them. But that also leaves matters of familial state, House of Stormcrow, in a concern. So I thought it may be best to ask your feelings on the matter, as Vanya may end up having certain difficulties when it comes to the future of the House of Stormcrow. The duty then falls upon you, does it not?
Hold on. I'm sure Vanya and Arya are both women. Wait, hold on. Are you talking about like some kind of like I'm supposed to pass on my family line or something like that?
Not you who? Your father here may be a fine specimen of the elf kind, surely as your matriarch has chosen him as a breeding mate, and perhaps even coffin mate, if I dare may be so presumptuous.
Oh, weird way to put it.
But he's beyond his prime years, and she is to end up taking up the role of the matriarch. And if Vanya is unable to end up continuing on the line in the growth of the House of Stormcrow, then sadly it ends up falling upon your shoulders.
It's not like passing on my family name is that important.
You see her seemingly very offended at just that idea. Like, she just has this bit like, are you an idiot?
It might be important for Drow, but here in the Empire, to each their own. It seems a little bit odd.
Yes, it does. To wish to end up discarding your.
Maybe
father
one day.
ended up creating a. Even your father created a lute, handcrafted, and handed it to his daughter with the promise of what his craft, his talents represent. And she honors it by bringing it forth to end up showcasing not only the craftsmanship but the skill of the House of Stormcrow. She goes from city in city to end up continuing to express it. Her name is sung with reverence within taverns. She ends up growing the House of Stormcrow with her very deeds. You, on the other hand, are the only one who is in a position to end up continuing to end up building. And worse still,
That's
you would discard all of this. But worse, you are a warrior. Man of strength, clumsy as you may be in the right direction, but who are you to end up knowing if it is the right direction? She clutches his hands a little bit more intensely.
I mean, maybe one
And
day I will settle
a
down, but
warrior's life can be short,
yes,
with dangers around every corner.
that's the expectation.
But if you were to go, so does the House of Stormcrow.
Perhaps it's a little bit odd for you, but a House of Stormcrow, as you would suggest, would have, something like political power or something to pass on. And there's not a whole lot of that happens here.
Doesn't it? I've walked and observed your sister do it marvelously. And I must assume that even the males of the House of Stormcrow are capable even a fraction of that feat.
That's the
The high
reason
honor.
I joined the Grioran military, because I wanted to do something for my country.
Is not the House of Stormcrow a part of your country?
Well, I suppose it is, but you realize that there are thousands and thousands of people in this entire country. You realize that, yes?
And
Tens of thousands.
which one of them bears the mantle of Stormcrow?
Me and Vanya? That's not uncommon.
She smiles like as if he just illustrated her point. It is simply something to think about.
Eventually,
I
I'll settle
understand.
down. I don't feel like my job is done yet.
No, not yet.
Though I can't exactly go back to my job at this point, because they would hang me.
For cowardice.
Treason.
And
So
so
even
now
by your standards, I would defile my family name.
I don't think you understand my standards in the slightest.
Well,
But
maybe not. I suppose I'm curious why you would be so invested in my family.
well, matters of state are sanctified in marriage. The coupling of children, the continuation of a line and allegiances between great houses. Simply an affair of state.
What? Uh,
It's not a mind of political savvy, I see.
uh, I don't.
Understand. No, it's okay. I understand. My ways are odd. Simply, all I ask is be mindful. And I hope that you will come to understand the offer on the table.
Uh,
The house of Mariel who would very much be grateful to assist in the binds of those below and those above. And I can end up seeing that to be of great benefit to both houses. And I would not see the House of Stormcrow be left to dust in the wind due to the folly of a clumsy man stepping forward, hoping he's falling in the right direction. Take care of your two left hands. And think of our conversation. She finishes up her meal very quickly. It has been a pleasure. I look forward to seeing you again.
Sure. Alira, right?
Alira Mare.
Wait,
House of...
hang on. Are you suggesting that we get married?
She's out of the room.
Vanya! He goes looking for Vanya.
Vanya's up on deck.
Vanya.
What?
Something very strange just happened.
Like, that doesn't happen every day around here. You gotta be a little bit more specific than that.
I think Lyra just proposed to me.
You're gonna have to explain that one.
Arya's just slowly creeping out from behind Vanya, like...
She described it as the joining of two houses, and I'm not sure exactly how I should interpret that in any other way.
I mean, I don't think there's any other way.
Well, she said it's because you're not taking a husband. And then it's my job to pass on the family line and basically give credence to children.
Oh! Alira was flirting?
I don't even think it was that. I flirted and I have been flirted with.
Well, I guess the official term would be courting, but I mean, that's beside the point. You were just literally asked to go to bed.
There,
You are also quite oblivious sometimes, bro.
there is a sound.
I mean, she's very pretty.
Congrats.
Very strange.
There is all three of them, Arya, Vanya, and Ember, would hear a sound coming up from the crow's nest. If they looked up, they would see a amethyst dragonborn popping over. It's like, there is no other way to take that. That's funny. That's really, really funny.
Says the Dragonborn that she's had questions about how you go about mating ever since she's met you.
But
Ask your
Imbro,
sister.
Imbro, do you think she's pretty though? She's pretty, right?
In a kind of
Like, she's
exotic
really
kind
pretty.
of way, yeah.
Oh,
Like,
exotic.
I know that one.
I don't...
I know
mean,
that one.
I mean... Yes, she's pretty. She has very sort of obsidian-colored skin and silver hair. I mean, who doesn't think that kind of thing is pretty?
So,
Roby's gonna come walking in. Silver hair, are you talking about me?
Silver Fox returns.
I would describe you as more olive, but not obsidian.
Oh, all I heard was silver hair. What are we talking about?
Apparently, Alira has decided to flirt with my dear brother.
I don't know that flirting was the flirting does not even describe what she did, because she didn't flirt with me. It's not like she was trying to allure me or anything by coming on to me and saying, "Oh, your hair is nice," or your clothing is really well made," or anything to that effect.
Emerald comes from a call from up in the crow's nest. She asked you, basically in no uncertain terms, and I wasn't even there for the conversation, if you wanted to breed. Drop your dax and buckle up, soldier.
I mean, I've been alive for a long time, and I think that's the most straightforward flirting I've ever heard of.
That's a lot more straightforward than I ever really had experienced before.
Well, yeah, how many drow have you met?
None! She's the first.
So?
I'm sure it all still works the same.
Kaz is doing like this, like, I'm sure you can figure it out from the thing. This is just how they do things, apparently.
Roby's just gonna walk up and put his arm around Emerald. Look, when a man and a woman love each other...
There's more cackling from Kaz at the crow's nest.
Hold on, I haven't even... I mean, she's pretty. I like her. I mean, she's nice in a strange way.
Oh, Kurobi's just going to kind of push him towards where she probably walked off and just like slap him on the ass and then get after it.
Don't we marry for love here in the Empire?
Oh, he's got
I don't
stage
think she
fright.
was talking about marriage, homie.
Well, said something about the
Go for
uniting of two houses, right? That sounds like
sounds like
marrying for
marriage.
politics, but... Wait, hold on. Alira is technically a servant of the Drow Queen.
Which I know nothing about what that means.
That means you get to
Well, I
marry
mean-
up.
Yeah, you get to... A, you get to marry up. B, you get power in the Drow political sphere. Ish, I think. I don't know how it works, but probably.
Why would I want that?
Call it the merging of two cultures, one long lost and one that really is in a serious need of a revamp. I mean, you've seen what goes on here in the Empire. Come on.
Look,
I mean, it would definitely serve as a protection against
Mhm.
the
look,
Empire in
I
some
think you're overthinking
manners,
this.
so-
Go have some fun.
Community.
You're young. Now is the time to make mistakes. Trust me.
I'm not that young, old man. I'll have
He's
you
just
know that
gonna-
I'm 175, okay?
That's the
That's
equivalent
what?
of being a babe.
And then that
You're an
like,
elf.
You're an elf.
That's an
That-
adult.
Wait, 175 and you're acting like a virgin?
Oh, honey.
Kaz just loses it. You actually see him roll, like, he falls onto the floor of the crow's nest laughing, to the point where you actually see him roll out of the crow's nest. But he falls very slow, like, very gracefully, and lands on his feet next to the group.
Oh, you
Oh.
near gave me a heart attack. And no, I am not a virgin.
Okay. Now look, do you like this girl?
Is she pretty?
Yeah, that part, yes.
Do you want to get to know her more? At the very least.
I mean, she's interesting. She's strange.
Well, then what are you still doing here?
As I said, Imbro. And Kaz kind of puts his hand on his other shoulder. Drop your dax and buckle up. I couldn't have made myself any clearer.
I feel like I'm being, like... I don't know.
You're getting honest advice is what you're getting.
It just feels like a lot at once.
I mean,
No.
I'm not saying that you two are betrothed forever now. I am saying though that you should definitely go and talk to her. Like,
See where it leads.
yeah.
metaphorically speaking, she shot her shot. Time for you to shoot yours.
Oh,
Yeah,
Hopefully
just
not
don't hit her
quick.
in the eyes.
Wait, I just got that!
walking away from this conversation, and Imbrel starts to go back towards where Alira was.
Kurobe's just gonna walk up and put an arm around Vanya. I hope you enjoyed that.
All too much.
It's not often that you get to do that to your big brother.
No, it's not.
And my work here is done, and he's going to go and probably go sit out and like at the front of the boat with his like just kind of watching the waves.
Oh, that was perfect, Kurobe. Genuinely, as he's walking away, Kaz would like give him that verbal pat on the back of like that was masterful. And then he just turns and turns to Arya and Vanya and he's just like
I mean, we're not particularly known for reservations around here.
No.
no. That's why I don't feel bad about what I said.
We're always just going to holler over his shoulder. It's nice being too old to give a shit.
Yeah, I bet. Oh, that was. I needed that this morning. I did.
I think we all did. After the last few days.
Look, I don't need to say anything about what I watched happen last night. We got all of that out in the crow's nest.
I mean,
Thankfully, prestidigitation exists. Sorry, I'm not there. I shouldn't have said anything.
No, it was funny. You should have said it.
You know what? I can just imagine Alira saying that out loud because something spilled in the mess hall. Because they probably only are just outside on deck, and the mess hall's probably just a little ways down. So I see Alira saying loudly, "Well, that's what prestidigitation's for." And Kaz is just like he glances over his mouth, and he's just like,
Hmm.
Where's Lagon in all of this?
Lagan has been quietly watching everything.
I-
Just
I got it.
quietly.
I got it. No, I got it. We're gonna cut back to Lyra here currently talking to Lagan while this is all going on.
Okay.
Because as soon as he walks off, she just goes over. She's gonna go right to him at this point. Because remember, he was cooking them for the mess right at that exact moment. Right, so I kind of imagine he's doing the cleanup duties at this exact moment. Would that be much of a stretch?
No, not at all. He's still in the galley, so
She's probably right beside him here, trying to end up assisting with the cleanup as best she can. As she's going, and I just don't understand. He was looking at me strange the whole time, as though my words were failing. I understand that my Elven is not strong, but if of up in the surface, but I feel like something here was miscommunicated. He wanted to end up exiting the conversation as quickly as he could. Am I just that hideous in the eyes of most elves?
I don't know about elves, but no, you are a very fetching woman for your kind. From
I'm of appropriate breeding age. Why is this a problem? I don't understand it.
I can't speak specifically to the elves of the surface, but the majority of the surface world does not make such arrangements. So,
But such a union of houses are usually fulfilled with marriage, are they not? I mean, is it not the purview within one's house to end up doing so, to be sure of good tidings between houses and various empires in order to maintain peace?
unless you are royalty, that is never a consideration that is even taken into account.
And yet he's one of the last remembering members of the House of Stormcrow. I don't understand.
No, you don't. Your culture and what you are presenting is so diametrically opposed at this moment. The language barrier, regardless of well, poor, it is spoken, but you're running into a wall. His understanding of what you are asking and what you are offering is not the way he was taught, as you were taught.
How does one end up courting amongst them, if not by family designating an appropriate mate?
Well, take my situation, for example. You'd have to make a journey back across the waters to speak with her. But you could ask Jalissa about that. She and I are not even of the same race. As you see, I am Giantkin. She is not. She is a dwarf.
You'd break the poor woman in half.
Again, you'll have to ask her about that, because,
She'd be... That would make her a quarter woman.
I don't... Oh, Lord. There are so many things that you have to catch up on. I don't know how many centuries you've spent below, but there is a disconnect between the way things are done for you and your society and the rest of us that dwell up here. As I said, other than for royals that are typically only directly in line to inherit the thrones, arrangements such as what you have offered rarely ever make any way amongst the rest of us. For us, it's love and companionship. not necessarily to continue a line. Whether children can be made from such a union as, well, as you saw, Imber was extremely uncomfortable with discussions of his relations with his sister and the relations between his sister and Arya.
He's a spry man who's gone to battle and won many an accolade. If anything, if his choice of preference would be if, well, shall we end up saying he is not at a loss for choice. And yet, he has not to end up indicating that he ends up maintaining any degree of relation in such regard. Yet, when pressed to hear about it, he responds in a way that would end up making me wonder if the simplest answer is often correct. I'm clearly not of the stock that he is hoping to be with, nor does he value the House of Stormcrow or those within it, which makes him a poor choice in truth.
I would disagree. I think you confused him. And as I said, there's a huge cultural barrier here. What you have been raised with through the centuries that you've lived, and your peoples have been separated from the surface. You had to adapt and find ways to make sure your people survived. Up here, we have many choices. It's not as dire for us. There are other considerations to take into account than just continuing any one line. As I said, most relationships here on the surface are made for companionship and feelings towards each other. Those don't just blossom overnight. It takes time. How would what?
No, I'm ahead of myself. I'm simply unsure as to how to end up proceeding.
You've planted the seed. Water it. Nurture it. Don't try to force it. Nature rarely ever reacts well when forced.
That's understandable. I was too forward. I shall begin conscribing a letter to his matriarch in order to end up conscripting him. Thank you for your wisdom, large one. She pats him on the shoulder as she starts to walk off.
You do not need to write my mother a letter. Ambrose pokes into the room.
Oh, pardon. She seems to end up being a little bit of at a loss for words. It's like, okay.
Look. Let's start over. I'm Embral.
Of the House of Stormcrow.
Embral Stormcrow will just work for us just fine.
Alira of the House of Mariel.
Pleasure to meet you.
Very well. She looks at him like she's okay. How immediately looks to Lagon. Where do we go from here? What is the appropriate coupling ritual?
All you hear from Lagon. All you hear from Lagon in response is he is humming the tune to "What Do You Do with the Drunken Sailor?"
Do you want to, I don't know, go to tour the docks or something?
Yes, that would be lovely, she says as she's...
I can't exactly be seen in public.
Oh.
But I think we could figure something out.
Is that all?
I'm an enemy of the state at the moment. And to clear that up before I can actually show my face anywhere. And that can only really be cleared up by one of two people. General Rudderus or Emperor Lythel himself.
Very well, then.
And I don't know about you, but I don't know the Emperor personally.
No. But I will endeavor to end up keeping you shrouded to the best of my ability. Besides, I can assure you I will garner far more attention than you.
Maybe that's a good thing in this case.
Very well, then. She proceeds to end up taking his hand and end up they're starting to end up wandering out, looking out to Lagon, like, is this right? As he continues to end up humming, what would you do with Drunken Sailor? To which she is trying to end up seeing if she can answer the question.
When she looks back at Lagon, he's still humming, but he nods. And then gives you a thumbs up.
And you notice that Embril's kind of blushing a little bit as you take his hand. He stands probably about 6'2", which is a bit taller than you, and so maybe it seems a little strange that a taller man is blushing in your direction.
And with that, she tries to end up striking up a conversation, as she typically does, which I imagine just makes it all the more awkward.
Awkward.
Because the difference between love and autism is very fucking thin right now.
Well, awkward as it may be, Embril's just as awkward, if not a little bit strange in himself. He's definitely, what you learn about him is that he is definitely a man who puts a lot of faith in his country. He's patriotic to a sense. He's devoted to making sure that his people are protected. That's why he joined the military. And as awkward as he is, he's good at what he does.
And I will gladly end up taking that in at the docks after everybody else, because I've had my fill, and I am worse at flirting than a Lyra. So
we'll come back to that in a bit.
It's perfect.
I'm glad you guys had so much fun with that.
Oh. Brilliant.
Well, the cleanup is done, Lagon, and you can join your party mates back on the deck.
All right. So was that awkward for anyone else?
No.
Have any of you spoken to Alira about how things are different up here than where she comes from?
Haven't had the chance.
Mm-mm.
There is Lot to
Why?
digest. Did you not hear Emerald and Alira?
Oh, we heard about it.
You heard about it. Apparently these things are arranged much more commonly below than above.
Political marriages. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I would suppose.
Trying to explain to her that unless you are royalty, potentially in line to inherit the throne, such considerations are not even taken into account. Seem to completely go over her head.
I mean, I suppose that makes sense from what I could tell down there and the little bits that filtered through whilst I was in stasis. They tend to have a very rigid kind of house-based society. It's like it's like noble houses all the way down, more or less.
Right.
If you're not, if you don't have the house name, then you're not really considered part of the society. You're at best an indentured servant, and at worst, well, food. The
Yeah.
things that are down there.
Right. Well, for other drow or whatever else may be around.
Yeah.
However, I do think I've gotten her to calm down a bit. I don't think she'll apologize,
Well,
but she
no,
might.
I would hope not. I would hope not. It's not really her fault that there's a cultural disconnect, but at the very least, if she's educated and can handle it in the other way.
She may be asking Vanya for where to find her mother. She seemed to be intent on writing a letter of apology for her questions and offerings to your brother. I don't know if that will... As I said, there is a huge cultural disconnect here. I don't know how much of what I said got through.
The shit stirrer in me kind of wants to let her know.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
How
What,
often do I get to cause trouble for Emerald?
So
Well,
you can tell your mother that he was offered a very pretty woman and he flipped his shit like he was a virgin?
I mean,
that is indeed what happened. Look, I just told him to arm himself with his sword and go into her cave of wonders like a real warrior, but he's a soldier.
He truly understand what you just said.
Yes, I literally told him to drop his pants and buckle up. I made it very clear what he should have done in this situation.
Okay. See, I was not privy to this conversation.
To be fair, I wasn't privy to the cultural side of things. However, on a purely, physical level, right? I mean, I think you know how we are as more the hedonistic kind.
Mm-hmm.
A pretty lady offers herself to you. Literally, on a silver platter. If she was offering herself any harder, she literally would have dragged him to her quarters, stripped naked, and gone, "Take me." There's really only one answer in that situation. All other context be damned, right? There's only one answer. It's yes and.
I would disagree. That is not always the case, but I would say in this case, that would be the case. Looking at Vanya, you're going to have to tell your brother to be a little more kinder and forthcoming with compliments. His reactions to Alira made her think that she was unattractive and unworthy of his considerations. But
I will
they've left
certainly
the
be
ship
having a word
now.
with him about that.
They've left the ship in company. I hope they will return the same way.
That's foreshadowing if I've ever heard it.
He is a wanted man, and if it is found out that his face is here, we might be in trouble, or Alira might not come back, or if she does, it could possibly be without Imbro.
We've got a solution to that.
We hope we have a solution to that,
It,
but we kind of have to have him here with us for that to work.
yeah, that is.
At least that was
true.
my
We also got-
understanding.
We also need to. Well, we also need to go and deal with the cultists, and then when we go to Drakefast, we can then go to
Right.
the general and go. We did the job. Yes, we want that reward. But if you could
But
pardon him as well because he was working as a deep cover agent with us, that would be appreciated.
we would not have made it there without his help.
Mm-mm.
Exactly.
So that is to be seen. But those of you who are stealthier than me might want to keep an eye on them just in case.
I'll go and shadow them.
Have fun.
I shall, and I'll make sure I take notes so that we can talk upon our return.
Please do.
Keep them to yourselves.
He kind of thinks. He kind of thinks for a moment because he's about to leave. Before placing a kiss to each of Vanya and Arya's temples. Giving Lagan a little wave. And then he's just gonna vanish.
Just like instant transmission.
I was unaware he was capable of such things.
You do see a little trail of him. He didn't like go invisible. He kind of just managed to hide himself in plain sight, such that even if you're looking directly at him, it's like one of those things where like your eyes kind of unfocused and you don't really see that he's there. You're just kind of looking past him. But he then actually like journeys off, so it looks like he's gone.
We have a few more days before we can deal with cultists. I would say that we should bring Karube up to speed on that and make sure that everyone is prepared.
Yeah, that sounds like a good enough idea.
And that, I don't know about any of the rest of you, but I personally intend on making sure that none of them leave. Not of their own accord or under their own mobility.
Cultists. Right. I'm a little hazy on what we were doing with that.
Well,
were
about
we in
the
our
time this ship
investigations?
is going to be finished with preparations for us to head to Drakefast is the same time they are having their meeting.
Right. Okay.
And, yes, I do not intend to let them leave.
Just as just a very quick point of order, our journey to Drakefast isn't on a anywhere near as tight a timer as the cultists are. So we can do the cultists and then leave for Drakefast and still get there in time to deliver the shipment.
Yeah.
Okay, so it takes 3 days for them to load everything up for the cargo
Yep,
to be
and they're on the
transported?
basically on the third day, right? As soon as things
Right.
get worked out.
Right, so we're roughly around
Or day 2.
the time that
Yeah.
that they'll be finished, and the meeting of the cultists will be that night.
Yep.
And it was, well, the plan is get the ship loaded, deal with them, and then head to Drakefast. At least that was Lagan's plan.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
that's it. That's the idea. We deal with it. We deal with the cultists. Then during the night, we head off to Drakefast, and then we get there in time to deliver the shipment as well. It all kind of logistically falls together really nicely with the way that we planned it.
Mm.
Blame the fact that I've been looking back through my Shadowrun rule books, which has all is because that game's all about planning, and I'm just like,
You know, we don't ever really plan anything.
Mm. Points at myself.
But when we do plan, we intend to make a big splash.
Mm. Indeed you do. So, is that the plan for this second day? Is to go and find your cultists, see where they're hanging out, stalk them, sort of thing, or are you waiting until the next day?
The gentleman that Kaz was so concerned about is supposed to be coming to us and taking us there, making sure that we get in
On night 3.
Yep. Yes. But we weren't giving anything specific. It was just a general, if I understood, old rundown warehouse that was not necessarily in good repair.
Right.
So yeah, I would definitely be trying to do some investigations into at least the general area of where we would be.
He would give you the specific warehouse. I just didn't have it prepared at that time. It's not like it has a name that's of any importance, really.
Right.
It's just a warehouse at the docks, which you're currently at the docks. So
yeah, I would definitely be looking into the warehouse to get at least give myself an idea of where they might be trying to hold the meeting.
Kind of a mental map, see if you can find it first.
Places that we could potentially hide if we were to get there before them.
Ambush
and definitely
sort of thing, yeah.
And definitely looking to see if there's anybody trying to keep an eye on or in the warehouse.
Okay.
I will join you in that endeavor. I guess I'm going to be a certain bird of prey that is found along the seashore.
Okay. So you're going to be keeping an overhead, sort of overwatch in a way. Who else is joining on that expedition?
Vanya would be.
Okay. Kurobe and Kaz, what are y'all going to be up to?
I'm
weren't they talking
shadowing,
about someone filling in Kurobe on what the hell is going on?
You were there. You're on the deck.
Well, yeah,
Oh.
but he was also towards the bow of the ship, looking over the waves, so he may not have necessarily been listening.
Yeah, that's fair.
He said
but
he had
Kaz
moved to the
would.
bow, so I don't think he.
Yeah, Kaz would fill Kurobe in on his way out because Kaz was going to go shadow Aliera and Imbrella, so that they don't get into trouble.
Yeah. Okay. So there's that.
Okay, I'm with Kaz.
You're with Kaz. Okay.
And by shadow, I mean awkwardly walking behind them.
Yep, tailing the date.
Bane's
Oh wait, that's
chakra.
Alira. Oh,
This entire episode can basically be summarized as I gotta see this shit.
So Carlos was going to go shadow Alira and Emerald, but before that, as he leaves, he's gonna stop by Karobe and kind of fill him in on everything that's just gone on, so that he's aware.
Where's Raven? Or I mean, Vanya and
Vanya and Arya are
um,
going with Lagon to go investigate the warehouse that y'all are aware of, where the
Yeah,
meeting
we're
is
trying
supposed to
to-
take place.
We're trying to track and get more information on cultists, and then on the other side, Kaz
go
is
with them.
tailing
that sounds
Yeah.
fun. I like.
state.
I already had my fun. Now it's time for Emerald to have his fun.
Okay.
Why
We
do you
can only
think
hope.
Vanya's not tailing her brother? She knows the risk of seeing that. Hell no.
Yeah, Cars can disconnect himself from all of that because he doesn't have any relation to Emerald. Vanya, on the other hand,
Exactly.
Good thing we're at the docks because we ship it.
it was.
How does the saying go? Shippers ruin
I
lives.
shipped this before it was even a ship.
Right? Oh
We
my
built
god.
this ship. We built this ship with blood, sweat, and tears, and now it's ready to sail, motherfucker.
Ugh.
Yeah. UPS and FedEx ain't got shit on us. I mean,
Count your semen.
Jesus, Max. Look, I mean you're not wrong, but I thought
Gavin.
I thought my point of make sure you missed the eyes earlier was
yeah, I was about to say
bad.
you have no right to act offended after you did the shot in the eye comment. You lost all credibility in being able to be offended.
It's like, they're
I
not
am
offended.
trying to end up playing this completely straight faced. I am trying.
We're making it hard. So she.
But dear God, the commentary running through my brain, they just want to end up jumping in on this.
Oh my god.
Please do. Genuine.
That baby
please.
batter will be mine.
Yeah, if Alira gets her way, she doesn't have to worry about getting a shot in the eye.
The hell makes you think he's on top? Drought, matriarchal society, you son of a bitch.
So
We'll go Amazon.
so you know, nobles have a tendency to have some certain eccentric interests, and I mean, she's no Elizabeth Bathory, but that poor man's gonna be a fucking prude.
Well, no. See, the last time this happened, she turned into a spider, and I don't want to know what's going to happen this time.
Polymorph is a contraceptive.
I'm trying to play this as straight face as I possibly can too.
Good luck, coffee.
Fuck you all.
Love you, buddy.
Love you too. But fuck you.
Apparently, you have a table full of adolescents that don't know how to get this out of their system.
Sure.
I stopped emotionally at like 8 years old, and I don't think I'm ever going to get older.
Oh no, but Mojo, it's like an avalanche. It just keeps building. And eventually it's just gonna slam into the bottom of the mountain and destroy everything that's down there. And when it does, we're gonna whoop and cheer because it's gonna be awesome.
With our luck, it won't be the only snowball that'll happen tonight.
Oh, wow.
You know, with the building thing, Gavin, I thought you were going for an edging joke, but
Jesus.
That would have been perfect. But
All right, moving
where are we-
right along.
where are we gonna go? We gonna go to the cultist investigation, or were we gonna go to Kars kind of shadowing the date?
Your choice. Which do we do first?
What would we like to do first?
Presuming one doesn't eventually lead into the other.
So, idea then. Coffin, because I think you could roll with this. We do the date. Kars is shadowing. Something happens by the docks with their investigation. We pivot to there. We're all together again. Sound good? Cool. I'm just gonna do that before my ribs start hurting anymore from all the laughing I've been doing because of all the jokes.
My cheeks, though.
Yeah.
All right.
Holy shit. But
So
yeah, let's do
moving
that.
Right along. So, Alira, you've been learning a decent bit of information about your escort through the city. He's kind of keeping a low profile, keeping things kind of in the dock sort of region of the city, as he doesn't really want to go into the city proper because of the likelihood that he'll be spotted. You get the idea that he's a was relatively well respected in the as a military figure, was decorated a couple of times for his service, but since word got out that he had essentially abandoned his post, it seems that the sort of public opinion of him may have soured. And so you get that based on, things that you're seeing, because you do see that there have been a couple of portraits made of some of the decorated military officers, some of which of Imbrel have been completely vandalized. Other members of the military who were once decorated as well have been vandalized as well, because they too had abandoned their posts. But when it comes to other members, such as Caleb, public opinion still seems to be rather high regard, even though no one's heard anything from him in a while.
Alira continues to end up going about, as he seems to end up taking this as a point of more of a scouting mission than anything else. Perhaps that's how they end up doing it, so Alira tries to end up observing what she can. The conversation is difficult, as she's trying to end up keeping up with his own verbiage and his own military background, of which she has none, save for a knowledge of her own history. The knowledge of the history of those on the surface is lacking, for a better term, or for lacking for a useful term at that point. So she goes along for the most part. She ends up asking questions about his military service, the appropriateness of it. She ends up asking a fair amount about the history of the Stormcrow house, and how it is that they ended up coming to become musicians and crafters of instruments. Curiosity. Though I'm pretty sure she still can't wrap her head around the idea that this was just something his father did. He probably ended up learning the craft elsewhere, but she seems to be under the mistaken impression that this has always been a core focal point of the House of Stormcrow, to which he probably ends up trying to correct her on several occasions, but we saw how that goes.
Yeah, my father he's always been kind of a crafty individual. He's never. Uh, Probably my granddad was more the warrior type than than my father was. He kind of My father just kind of branched off and did his own thing, kind of like what I did with going into the military, even though that's more of a, I guess, the family occupation.
Warriors.
Yeah, well, I don't really know my granddad all that much. He was killed in the battlefield ages ago, so.
What does your house tome say?
House tomes? Well, we don't exactly keep written record of it all that much. I mean, we have we have letters that he's written back home, but nothing of.
Have you read them?
No, my my dad just keeps all of that stuff locked away. He doesn't like to talk about his dad much.
For what reason? Is it such a heavy shame?
I don't know. Never really pressed it.
And what did your mother have to say about it?
No, my mother's the real musician of the family. She's talented. She's taught piano, she's taught guitar, she's taught the flute, she's taught a number of different students back at home, individually for the most part.
I'd love to hear her play the Zarga Wooble.
Zarga Wooble? What kind of an instrument is that?
It is a wind instrument where using two large planks and strings taut within them in order to end up adjusting airflow. They are bound together with a sack of hide between them, and as you pull them apart, it brings the air in to end up making particular notes. And as you end up making a pulsing motion, pulling them back and forth, you end up producing sound, able to end up sounding several instruments at once. You maintain this while also being able to blow into the pipe portion of it in order to end up making the song consistent, able to end up doing a wind instrument without needing to stop for breath. You can continue playing well after you've inhaled it. The Zabba Wooble is a phenomenal instrument considered of high culture.
Well, she's always been more of a key instrument or string instrument sort of person. I don't know that I've ever. Well, she's taught the flute before. That's maybe, I don't know. She might find that she can do it. Although it might take some learning, because I don't think I've ever heard of an instrument like that.
I will have to end up seeing if you could ever end up running across it. Magnificent sounds. I've never been one for the arts myself. My time was spent. She thinks about the word scouting.
Scouting.
In various members of my house stayed within the courts to end up assuring our queen's good rule, but other members in our house and many others of Drow end up existing outside of the wall, living upon the land and being the eyes and ears of the kingdom beyond its city walls and beyond its borders. We observe, we hide, we observe, we blend in, and we report. Allows
Kind of
us a
service,
moment.
kind of service like guards, almost.
To a degree. Guards, espionage, spies, poisoneers if needed. It's difficult when you are fighting an ageless war against the Illithid. But,
Definitely can understand war.
war is a simple matter, really. It is an exaction of will upon another. Much as what can be done in court is done on the field. It is simply another point of discussion, a show of strength, a show of ability. A discussion by another means.
Usually involving the bloodshed of the warriors in question.
If needed. But the warriors who stand tall to end up honoring the choice are honored thrice four. So, in truth, the warrior has the same standing as the statesman.
Is that on a volunteer basis with your people, or is that on a, well, this is what your house has always done, so this is what you're going to do too?
I get the... I forget you struggled to understand. The houses are in service to the queen, but they are also in service to themselves. If something is lacking, the house may end up taking that as an opportunity to end up seizing the moment and being able to end up growing. As the abilities of and capabilities of our people expand or shrink depending on the circumstance, it adapts. The houses are responsible for that same adaptation, to end up holding on to the traditions that end up making, that continue to end up making them grow, and to let fall that which cannot be maintained. But in the War of the Illithids, there is none that is not capable of any form of combat. To my people, the war and diplomacy are the same word. It is a difficult thing for me to partake with when it comes to discussion with the rest of the Lucky Seven. To them, there's a distinction. To me, there's none.
I suppose if your people are always fighting for survival, there wouldn't necessarily be much of a distinction. The only time that anyone is ever actually diplomatic is between each other, instead of with the opposing force.
War of words and ideas to end up bettering one's house in service to the one's queen.
So even in competition with other people at all times. For the same job.
Unless you poison
That sounds like a rather drastic sort of end to a conflict.
if one isn't competent enough to end up avoiding their own fate in the realms of court, then what hope do they have on a battlefield?
I suppose you're right.
Are you to tell me that, what's the term, king or an emperor should be kept away from all these matters and be ignorant to what it is that war ends up bringing? To end up simply sending them off and allow them to fight and potentially die, to end up losing whole houses simply for the victory of the conflict? Seems utterly wasteful.
Well,
No, if your leader is, however, vigilant, also here partaking in that same conflict, even if they are not upon the battlefield, the fight continues. And so, diplomacy and war have the same word where I am. Because they are the same.
I suppose I kind of understand what you're talking about, because there's a number of different companies that make up their leaders of those companies make up the Imperial Council. And they have to make decisions for the rest of the Empire based on the needs of the people. Emperor Lythel might be the emperor. He has the final say, but at the same time, if he doesn't have the support of his council, then what power does he have?
And thus, the strength of your emperor is dependent on the houses that support him. And thus, if you are wishing to maintain the strength of your empire, it requires the strength of your house.
Well, I'm not part of any noble house by any means, but
What is it to be noble?
Well, to have some sort of power. The nobility of the Grioran Empire all live in Colcaster. Live and work in Colcaster.
He's armed at this point, right? As I imagine most people are, of either a dagger or something like that.
Yeah.
It's not unusual to end up seeing...
He's got his sword. Yeah.
She points to it. Does that not offer you power?
No. Not even my skills with the magic that I wield are enough to do anything with, really. You've seen how much of this city is based on magic.
Mm-hmm. And yet, I've never seen a spell stop a silent blade cutting the throat. I've never seen a wizened wizard with his tongue cut.
I have.
I've seen stupid with their tongues cut. I've seen blind with their throats severed. That, at your hip, is where your authority begins, and what you choose to do with it. To say you are powerless is folly. And at worst, disingenuous. Especially to yourself. Or still to the House of Stormcrow.
You're truly an interesting person, Lyra. You put a lot of loyalty in your name. So what is the
The
House
house-
of Mariel
Mariel.
known for? You said you were on the outskirts, that some of your house was destined to do that. What did the rest of the ones inside the city gates do?
The House of Mariel is a minor house, but a proud. Our matriarch primarily inspired dealing with Lady Castern, another house. We end up serving as vanguard and stewards primarily. Our reason is to end up going out, as I said earlier, to end up finding those small portions where power can be accrued, knowledge can be accrued. Many try and end up staying safe behind their walls, rather dealing with the poisoner than the illithid. Cowards are quick to end up dying in that environment. And the truth is that I made the choice to step out. My mentor Guland had ended up teaching me the ways amongst the flora and fungi beneath the surface. Ended up showing me the ways to end up being stronger when out on your own, to adapt and to grow. Then to end up showing me the terrible power of the rocks and the stone, the potency of venom, to end up showing me its awesome power, to showcase that on a whim an entire city could be buried with the will of one. I have no such power such as he, but in my own way, I have been the only drow, to my knowledge, who has taken up to end up coming to the surface. I have found a way to better my house and its contacts, to become a bridge to an entire untapped region. A place we thought had burned away long ago and was still smoldering in ash, and instead I find dragonkin and giantkin walking about, half men wandering about, whole kingdoms and empires. And I see the potential to end up being the bridge and the toll keepers, rather than my people reverting to the old ways. But that's something I cannot express too much without great confidence. But you're a warrior. And in warriors, there can be no deception with steel. Your steel is either strong or it is not.
They've given me a lot to think about. I just hope that one day I can put this steel to good use again. Officially.
Are you here to end up bettering your empire, or are you here for personal accolade?
I'm here to better my empire.
And so recognition falls secondary.
It would
Because that
be nice not to be arrested upon the sight, but,
it would also be nice to live through the combat, and yet that is not always a promise.
not always.
Each day may be your last, and whether you are, no matter what side of the wall you find yourself.
As was the case with Caleb.
Caleb didn't have allies. Nor did he end up thinking to his future. Future of his empire, or the future of his house. He was short-sighted and grasped at power that he did not understand.
I still don't even truly understand it myself. But it's a power I wield now, and he kind of makes a sort of phantom ball in his hand with the sort of blackish hair and gears that you're used to seeing, but then quenches it in his hand.
Master your blade. You dictate it and where it goes. No different than that. You choose to end up knowing what path is set before you, and do so clearly and honestly. Let your intentions be known.
Well, my intentions with this conversation has been to get to know you, and I think that has been proven quite enlightening.
I look forward to end up hearing a word from your matriarch on if we are a acceptable binding of houses.
You don't have to ask my mother for my hand in marriage.
She tilts her head to the side like she doesn't understand.
I have full say on whether or not I will marry someone. My mother has nothing to do with it. Kind woman as she is.
Well,
you're more than
at least
welcome to
that
meet her, but you asking her that question is probably not going to mean much of anything.
Such an unruly house.
We're land elves. You're a drow. Maybe that's the big difference. We're elves, to be fair, but maybe the bit of chaos is kind of what we bring to the table. I'm sure Vanya's provided you with plenty of specimen of chaos.
Earn her love.
Yes, both of
Typically
them.
in a bird's nest. And involving a dragon.
That part, is that new?
She's your sister.
Well, the whole... I've not met...
Your sister was the reason I even approached you in the first place.
Yes, because you said that's because she's not going to be able to bear children being bound to another woman.
Well, if such is the case, and yet she has given her duty to elsewhere, yes, it falls upon you, but also she gave me the idea because, well, as it's quite clear, her choice in coffin mate will, well, ends up showcasing that there is a chance to end up expanding in other terms. I don't
They
know
may
if
have babies. I, there are ways.
you don't leg eggs, do you?
No. No, no, no. No, that it's very much like you think. I'm sure that goes across the whole of humanity.
I apologize. I feared for your matriarch, given how she has gone sterile.
I my mom and dad chose to have 3 children, and that was it.
I am one of the youngest of 47.
Holy. That is quite a number of siblings. Do you even know them all?
Most, though several decades apart, and my
I imagine so.
eldest sister had already ended up taking her vows and ended up becoming a member of the church by the time I come into adulthood.
Church?
I've seen the worship of several deities upon the surface. It's not an uncommon occurrence.
It's just not spoken about. Nor is it actually legal in the Empire.
I am simply speaking of a society, otherwise I'm not here to deny that it ends up not existing.
Yeah, fair enough. I suppose that was your sister's choice then, to become a
That
member of the
was
church.
our mother's church. That was our mother's choice.
So, she became clergy not of her own choice.
She became clergy because the first born to each house in a new coupling would usually end up going to the church to end up showcasing the sacred coupling, and as to be a member of the grander community while showcasing the strength of both houses as a representative of a new union.
How very odd.
It is an honor to end up being of the first born.
But you're number 46. That must
Yes.
mean that your mother must have been pregnant her entire existence, ever since she was married.
We live a long time. But
I
also,
couldn't even imagine being pregnant for nearly 100 years in total.
to be fair, I don't think you've ever considered yourself to ever imagine being pregnant for one term.
Well, it's not an experience that I think I would ever enjoy. It looks miserable.
Our house had run into a calamity when we first encountered the Illithid. We lost many of our strength.
Replenishing the numbers.
As do I.
That's not your only function.
I get the opportunity to be the first drow to end up walking upon the surface since time forgot. I have the opportunity of observing cultures so radically different from my own, they're not to be believed. I walk amongst with giant kin, and I walk amongst with dragons. I observe the things that could not nor should not be. I have fought alongside, drank this mead, and have spilled blood with them. I have sailed a ship with a sky that one could fall into infamy. I have honored my house. I serve my queen. I have developed an understanding with the people above, who were nothing but more than myth to me, not more than a few months ago. And now I have the opportunity to do my part for my house, as well as offer back the strength of another great house that has also stumbled. I would say it would be a bit dismissive to say that would be my only function.
No, certainly not.
And to be the matriarch of a new union? There are very few higher honors one could expect. Choosing the appropriate mate, on the other hand, far less a coffin mate. And to end up showing the union of the first drow house, to end up having such a union with the surface, a bridge between two different worlds.
I think my mother would love you. However, I wonder if your mother would like me.
I am sure that she will end up looking upon the House of Stormcrow and end up saying, "Is this the best one can do?" And she will be displeased that it was not some emperor. However, I will end up maintaining good standing. Perhaps she would end up wishing me to end up marrying to a noble lineage, as Lagan had as Lagan had earlier stated, as it seems to be them who understand what it is I'm talking about, in arranged marriage and union of houses. And I'm sure she will disagree with it wholly, but it's not her mission to undertake now, is it? And I have been given full discretion by my queen. To which authority do I listen?
Good point. Well, if you truly do seek, at some point, a noble mate, I'm pretty sure Madame LaVista has has a son or two that might enjoy some company. But if you prefer mine, that's your choice.
She thinks about it for a moment. Maybe stays quiet. How does she express the idea without being uncouth about it, without ruining the moment of this idea that it's not just him that she does this for, but her companion Vanya? The one that she's fought alongside, drunken in taverns, has sailed a ship amongst the stars and amongst the clouds. How does she even begin to express the idea that in that fellowship she feels a certain loyalty towards her towards the entirety of the Lucky Sevens?
Maybe Vanya's like
that
a sister. make it like a sister already.
Well, I imagine it's partially more of a duty, but I imagine that's also how our Alira also interprets most things. Duty. Honor, tradition. Yet, while she may have the choice of a lord or what have you, that would cast aside the House of Stormcrow. And to imagine that a house that has given her a companion, such as her, such as Vanya, that would be a great shame unto itself. No. Two houses rising like a purple worm from the stone. That's the kind of story that creates whole nations. To marry for love? That's Vanya's capabilities. Here, Alira has no such compulsions. Nor, I think, Alira dare love anyone as such. That's a risk of the heart. No. Perhaps that's why she discusses the matter with him so much, as more of an affair of state than love. Keep your heart guarded. After all, never know when that'll get you poisoned.
Which I think is a great point for us to switch over to the other member of the party. Kaz, you've been observing from a distance. Nothing of any kind of foul nature has happened between the two of them, so that's a good thing. There's...
That's not the worry. The worry is external forces, especially any that might try and recognize Zimbril, and perhaps try and do something in... take law into their own hands.
Yeah, since they're taking each other, they're paying more attention to each other than they are to their externals at this time. Why don't you make me a perception check?
A perception check with my eyes and my dice?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your amethyst dragon eyes.
And that's a 20.
A 20 what?
26.
26. That's what you said, but you look around and keep watch. Keep a distance. Give them their privacy as they are meant to have, but also keeping close enough that any guards in the vicinity are minding their own business or keeping busy with other things. Not necessarily drawing any attention to yourself all that much, but what you see from anyone passing by them is that there's more of a look of curiosity, more of a look of what in the world is that, more attention drawn to Alira and her strangeness versus Embril's sort of cloaked, which is also very common in this area of the docks, sort of appearance, where she's more, for lack of a better term, only dressed in carapace.
Open and... yeah, a little bit more openly dressed, and
Yeah.
that's showing off her eccentricities, at least as far as the service was concerned. That makes sense.
She's not wearing
Yeah.
a flowing dress. She's not wearing sort of draping cloths. She's not wearing anything of a sort of higher status sort of jewelry wear. She is an oddity to be looked upon on her own. And she is walking with an individual by themselves. Well, that's a strangeness of itself too. But nobody really gets all that close to them to really get a good look at April's face, and they're keeping themselves to somewhat secluded little alleyways between buildings, and kind of keeping out of sight for the most part.
Yeah. The idea is basically just to make sure that they're not going to be bothered. Like confusion, curiosity, especially regarding Lyra, that's fine. It's more like making sure guards don't recognize and try and jump Emerald, or that they don't get jumped by some, mugger or, lawless ruffian, because, we are in that area, right? Muggers and ruffians and things like that would be hanging out around the docks, and if, of course, they thought they could take money from someone who looks a little exotic.
Mm-hmm. Which you have managed to deter. Couple of times you've seen eyeballs kind of stray in the way of coin purses, and you very kindly, in your own little way, maybe draw one of your fancy obsidian swords in front of them, and, well, clearly they are deterred.
It's really funny how the Amethyst Dragonborn, despite how exotic he himself looks, manages to blend into the crowd. It's like trying to play Where's Waldo.
An Amethyst Dragonborn is definitely a rare sight to see in the Grioran Empire. Primarily elves, humans, and that's about it. As far as the humanoids in this country go. You are an oddity yourself, but no one seems to really want to bother you with those intimidating swords on your back.
I mean, also the fact that I do look like I could probably punch through a solid brick wall with a single punch. That also tends to deter people.
Yes.
But I let the two lovebirds have their fun, let them talk, let them kind of explore things at their own pace, and
but something else does catch your eye. Something not involving them. Something that seems to be completely separate from their interactions. Another cloaked individual. But there's a symbol you see in the robes. Something that looks like it shouldn't be there, but it is. Brown robes with
cold symbol?
With a cultish symbol. Maybe religious of some kind. You're not sure which one it is.
Well, does it look like a cult symbol that I saw on that one guy that Lagan then proceeded to plague with disease? Because I was the one who found that on him.
Well, you'd have to get a closer look at this guy. You're kind of far away.
I'll stealthily sneak up to have a look.
Okay. Throw me a stealth check.
That's a 30.
30.
Yeah.
Rogue monk is gonna rogue.
Except I have no levels in rogue.
Nope.
I'm all monk.
All monk. But they don't seem to notice you.
I'm gonna get a look at that symbol.
And as you're passing by, it's definitely a familiar symbol.
Same skull, right?
Hanging around a known warehouse.
We've just arrived at the meeting point, because I knew where that was too.
Mm-hmm. Seems like they have absently walked towards this place.
I'm gonna make a note of them.
Okay.
But I'm gonna let them go.
Okay.
Because pushing that further, especially like taking them and knocking them out, doesn't really do any good right now, at least.
And they seem to be minding their own business, sort of just walking slowly. Alone.
I think the best thing that I can do at this moment is I'll. I mean, they don't look to have anything like kind of. Is it just the symbol? They don't have anything like else that would kind of designate them more as like a priest of the congregation or anything like that.
Not that you would be aware of. You're not super familiar with the hierarchy of this religion, as it's been an underground religion for the entirety of existence.
Then I will let them go. But given that we're at their warehouse, I think I might take this chance to plant myself on the inside. To be secret, watching. And perhaps, once things go down, get the drop on them.
Okay. The warehouse looks otherwise like it's not been used for many years. The brickwork is kind of falling apart in places.
Yeah, but that somewhat makes sense because of the fact that they've already said that they choose dilapidated locations, they use them, and then of course the locations can just disappear because they're so dilapidated, right? So it just looks like mess.
Yep. So you're going to sneak your way in. How do you intend to do that? The windows of any kind, they no longer have glass in them, but they're also on the second floor.
Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Did you forget that I'm a monk?
No. I just want you to describe it.
Oh, okay, that's easy done. Cars doesn't even need to actually run up the wall to do this. It's a second floor jump. You could just with a little start, he could easily put his first couple of steps up onto the wall and then jump off and up the wall to grab the ledge and then basically fling himself directly inside in one fluid motion.
Okay.
I mean, he's got like 50 feet of movement speed and the ability to run up walls and run along vertical surfaces if need. So
yeah, that's not the issue here. The issue is, do you make a noise when you land inside the room? So I need you to make an acrobatics.
I will happily make you an acrobatic. That's a 28 because I have proficiency in acrobatics.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I mean, if that when we the last time we were Drakefast at the prison, right? And I did that basically that quadruple backflip dive directly into the lake.
You,
if that
friend,
wasn't any indication,
are very quiet in your flinging and rolling along the very otherwise squeaky wooden floor of the second floor of this building. And the second floor of this building, where the windows are, is more like a scaffolding, where it's kind of propped up to be almost like the bottom floor is all made of stone, and kind of looks like it used to be a manufacturing floor, and the scaffolding that you're kind of is attached to the wall as a sort of second floor for office spaces that might be in this building as well. That all look like the wood is rotting away, and looks like it could break and fall at any moment. So even your weight being up here is a little bit sketch. So it is, for the purposes of that, you'll be moving slowly as if it's rough terrain.
Difficult terrain?
Because it is squeaky, it is
Let me just
noisy.
quickly check something to make sure that I actually care about terrain. I'm just gonna check something really, really quickly, because I don't remember how monks handle difficult terrain at this level. Because they do.
I know that there's a skill at some point for somebody that at a full dash that they ignore difficult terrain, but that would be at a full dash, not at a creeping crawl. I don't know if that's something that, when moving slowly, you'd be able to ignore difficult terrain.
Yeah, no. It's what. No. What I would probably do. Probably try my best to stay off the floor. I'll look for a place to kind of perch myself up and just with a view of the that's out of view of the lower floor, but I've got a view of the lower floor.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me.
Sure.
So that you can find this best
also
place.
A thing that. That's a
what?
dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. Not too bad.
Dirty 20.
Alright. So you find yourself a little place to perch. You have a decent look of the floor while you're perched and out of sight of anyone who would be walking around down there. It is dark inside here, even with the windows shining into from the daylight. It is still dark. So at best, it's dimly lit.
That's completely fine because of the fact that honestly, they'll probably put some lights in here when they actually get in here and get set up. I mean, if it's a cold congregation, I could imagine them having candelabras and things that they bring with them.
Mm-hmm.
Paraphernalia and the like. So I'm not too worried about the dimly lit stuff, especially with my perception.
Mm-hmm. So, with you being perched at your little perch, let's move on to the rest of the party. The rest of the party is looking to head this way as well to do some watches, do some searching, do some looking around, see if they can spot some things. So, who's doing what exactly? As you have arrived.
Oh, being a bird, flying around, getting the overhead view. Maybe going into some windows if I can.
Make a quick perception check then.
Let me look up bird stats.
Bird.
I should specify I'm a bird of prey.
Osprey.
Yeah, osprey. I'm an osprey. You got it. I forgot the name, but you understood precisely what it is.
Using vulture stats.
I was this close to saying emu. Technically not wrong.
She's not looking
Thank
for a
you.
camel. She's looking for an aquatic bird of prey.
Here we go. Hawk stats.
Hawk
5e.
stats will work. Yep. If it's a type of hawk, then that will work. I don't know what an osprey is.
An osprey is a type of hawk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hawk stats it is.
Alright, so I have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight, so my first roll was 12 plus 4, so that's 16.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 plus 4, that's 6. I'll take the 16.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna post those stats in the group chat.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool beans. Well, the first thing that you kind of spot is that there are lots of people in cloaks. One of which is standing next to a drow woman with silver hair and carapace for clothes. So you spot Alira, often about a block or two away, as you're flying around. As far as anything else you're able to spot of any kind of importance, you don't see anything else. Everyone just looks like they're minding their own business from this height.
The individuals who are all cloaked up,
Mhm.
is that just like kind of how everyone is around here?
It's a lot of
notice-
individuals around here.
Okay, so I'm not seeing necessarily the warehouse per se. I'm not being able to see inside it.
When you fly up to the warehouse and you look inside through one of the windows, you see that it is relatively dark, so it's dimly lit. It's a mess inside. A lot of crumpled wood, a lot of foliage growing up through the stone floor. You see tools that are no longer being used and possibly have whatever arcane energy they had in them all depleted. This place
So
used to
nothing's-
manufacture arcane goods, probably.
That's interesting.
Given the fact that there's so many companies in this space that manufacture arcane goods.
Well, I mean, yeah.
One of the many warehouses that are abandoned at this point.
Okay, and I don't see anyone that matches, like, has any of the symbolism that we've seen. I guess not, since that would technically be, like, religious symbolism.
Not that you can see openly, no.
Yeah.
Kaz, make a stealth check, just so that we can determine if you're being spotted by Arya.
Osprey. You're muted.
That's only a 15.
Oh, you spot
I rolled a
Kaz.
5.
A little bit of a little glint of that dimly lit, that dim light sort of comes off of his amethyst scales, and you spot him. He's in a little corner. Looks like he has an overwatch view of the lower floor.
I'm gonna fly overhead of him and resound a caw, just to get his attention, but for the most part, we'll leave him alone. I'm gonna try and find... I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna keep searching around and see if there's any points of interest in the area in general, like if there's any sort of holdups, actually. If I see people acting shady in the alleyways, if there's anyone seeming to sneak around that isn't recognizable per se, and
So,
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna circle above them.
So to clarify, this is the dock, so a lot of shady stuff does go on here. Are you looking for anything specific or all in general?
I mean, I guess at this point, if there's any... God.
Because since there's a
it's
lot of
kind of-
people who have cloaks on, and a lot of people who are dealing in shady business, the difficulty would be rather high.
I don't really know. I haven't been given anything to work off of, so I don't really know what to look for at this point.
Well, you know that the cultists are here, so you definitely looking for symbology for that. You're looking for maybe...
My initial perception check failed, so just move on.
Okay.
Move on.
Okay. What is Lagan up to?
Lagan is trying to see if anybody is coming and going or particularly watching this warehouse.
Watching the warehouse. Okay.
Yeah, trying to see if there's anybody trying to keep an eye, because it's not time for the meeting yet, but
Okay.
we don't know how well coordinated they are, so trying to get an idea of that.
Okay. Make a... Now, how are you doing this? Are you going up to people and carousing, or are you just watching for people?
I would be mingling and watching, trying to keep an eye on that warehouse, but not necessarily interacting. With a 24 passive perception, I don't think I have to get too close to hear what's being said and going on to figure that out.
Because if you were doing a little bit of mingling, I was going to call for a charisma perception.
Oh, we can do it either way. He's mingling, but he's not actually interacting. He's keeping to himself, but walking in and out amongst the
crowd.
The people trying to pick up on what's being said and what's going on.
So
He's
he's
like
making a
Wallflower.
patrol, almost like him. Like
Yeah.
he's patrolling himself. Okay.
Yeah.
So doing a patrol. Okay. Then in that case, yeah, that's gonna be a regular perception roll.
Regular perception plus 24.
Okay. Much like Cause Spotted, you see an individual who maybe is lingering a little too long. Sitting and waiting, and then moving to another place.
Sitting and waiting.
Maybe goes a block up one way, goes around a building, goes down 2 blocks another way, but always within several blocks of this warehouse. As you're following him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to stay back and follow this guy, see what he's doing, because
It just seems like he's keeping an eye on the exterior and the goings-on around it.
Okay. Does it seem like anybody's entering or exiting the building?
No,
Okay.
not at this time.
Does it look like he's seen me?
Well, if you don't want him to see you, I need you to roll a stealth check.
I'm not trying to hide it. I mean, does it look like he's particularly paying attention to me?
He has seen you, if you're not
Right.
hiding.
No, I'm not specifically hiding, but
And he has
I
noticed
would-
that he has seen you several times, so he's...
I will, when he sits down the next time, walk on past, trying to get a look at him without being obvious about it.
Okay.
Clothes, any kind of jewelry, decorations, iconography.
So, in that case, you don't want to look like you're looking at him, but you want to look at him?
Yes.
Well, there's not a manipulation stat here in D&D.
that would still fall under charisma, I believe.
So it would be a charisma perception. Because you are trying to deceive that this person is a person you are tailing.
Lucky me.
Mm-hmm.
-1, unnatural 19.
So that was a natural 20, turned into a 19.
Yeah. Yeah, lucky me. That worked out well for me, because that doesn't usually work out.
Yeah, well, given that's a 19 total, it beats. So he spots that you are taking a long look at him, but he doesn't do anything about it. He just seems to wrap himself tighter up in his cloak, like he's cold.
I'll After seeing that he's noticed me glancing at him, I'll walk on by and turn down the next alley back towards the warehouse. Trying to keep an ear out for if he's trying to follow me now.
Okay. What's Vanya up to?
Vanya is scouting around the warehouse, seeing if there is a way she can get in.
Well, there's the obvious way, the front door.
Don't think that'd be a smart idea.
Yeah, but it's the obvious way.
Yeah, it's obvious why.
There's the windows on the second floor. Seem to all be burst out. Don't have any glass in them.
Alright, if she can do this unseen, she's going to cast Fly on herself and fly up to the window.
Okay. Roll a quick
Get in.
deception.
Deception?
Mm-hmm. Because you're trying to make it look like
18.
you're not casting a spell. Okay. You're confident that you are very subtle in your hand gestures, vocalizations, and uses of materials, whatever this may mean, for the fly spell. And fly yourself up through a window.
Yep. See if she can spot what's going on inside.
Whole lot of nothing. At the moment. Make a quick perception check.
God, math, please.
Mhm.
26.
Oh yeah, you definitely see Kaz. He's crouched in a corner, out of sight. You did not expect
She
him to
should-
be here, because he did not come here with you.
She's just gonna shoot him a bit of a curious look and then continue scouting around inside before finding her in corner to perch up in.
Okay, so as described before, this second floor is rickety, it's creaky, and it is very much a rotted wood sort of mess. So, roll a stealth just to see how easily you are to find your perch.
Dirty 20.
Okay. What about Kurobe? What's Kurobe doing?
Roby's going to do something stupid.
Okay. What kind of stupid? Uh-oh. Did we lose that guy? I lost his video.
Kurobe's gonna
Give
do
him-
something stupid.
Give it a second.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my
internet
God.
probably flipped.
There's not a lot going on right now, but I mean, it's
Oh, there he is.
Hell of a time for my internet to blip out.
yeah. So,
Magic
so
trick.
what stupid thing is Kurobe gonna do?
Yes.
I'm going to do something stupid. Disconnects.
Yeah.
Basic feeding scene.
Look, don't tempt me. I am going to go into my pack and get out my... I always have a nice bottle of booze on me, or flask of some kind, and I'm going to take a swig and then pour some in my hands and put it on like aftershave so that I smell like I'm hammered.
Okay.
And I'm going to pretend I'm drunk and wander into the warehouse.
Okay. Kurobe, I need you to make a deception check.
But I argue performance.
It is a deception because you are deliberately trying to lie.
But I'm also could be acting drunk.
Could be.
So that's a no.
No, I want deception.
All right. Well, that's a natural 20 anyways.
He says that like it's a
So-
fuck me.
No. Well, it's the difference between a +4 and a +0. I was hoping to be able to do a performance to pretend I'm drunk because samurais are actually proficient in performing.
Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
but with a natural 20, you are pulling off this deception rather well. In fact, the coterie, your party mates who might be looking on might also be convinced that you are indeed drunk. So much so that I think that the disturbance that Kurobe is kind of fishing for in this whole thing might catch the attention of Alira and Imbrel. There is a drunken man you are very familiar with, Alira, that is kind of stumbling around this warehouse that you only just realized that you've wandered nearby to. So what do you do, Alira?
Well, the biggest thing is that I am currently needing to end up keeping an eye out at this point because, well, obviously the whole idea of going on here to end up discussing what's going on in the docks and what have you is great. We are still in the midst of the whole, well, investigation. And I don't think anybody is, or unless I missed something, I don't think I've really been notified that I've been stalked at this point.
No, but you do see Kurobe now wandering in front of the warehouse that y'all have been made aware of, and he looks like he's about to tumble right through that door. A place you personally have not done any kind of investigating on, so he might be walking right into something that would be otherwise deadly.
Mm. I ain't kidding.
That's Kurobe. It's Kurobe that you're talking
Pardon. No, sorry. I got, for some reason I was looking at Lagon's profile.
to.
Kurobe,
Giants in other ways, lass. Sorry.
yeah, no, it's okay. Old man, what are you doing?
Hey, it's you two. I hope you guys are having fun.
Are you drunk?
Nah.
Are you getting there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Suspicions
my goodness.
confirmed.
How?
So,
How did you get away from the ship with this wasted like this? Come on, old man. Let's get you back.
No, I'm fine. You kids go have fun.
I know you're fine.
I'm gonna go in here and sleep it off.
Nah.
No. We will. I will end up bringing you over. Besides, you and I both know that you never sleep well unless it is on the boat. Mostly because you are allowed to drink and find whatever spot you find to end up sleeping. You always have the best sleeps on the boat. I am talking out of my ass, and I am not sure if I need to end up rolling anything. It's probably going to
Nope.
end badly.
This is just
but
an in-character interaction. You guys choose what you're going to do.
I'll tell you what. He's gonna reach into his pack and hand you a bottle of wine. You two go back to the boat and have a good time. I'm okay.
You are about to open up a warehouse to fall asleep in it.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Trust
a
me,
good
I know what
idea.
I'm doing.
No, 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 no. Look, friend, you are not from the Greenwood Empire. You do not know what goes on in rickety old buildings like this. So let's get you back to the ship where you can properly sleep off your hangover.
I'm fine.
I am
I'm
not.
fine.
I'm not disputing that.
He
I
Imbril
am.
kind of wraps an arm around you, Karobe, and starts walking you towards back to where the ship is.
I'm going to wrap my arm around him and actually flex my strength. I'm fine.
Okay. Make an intimidation using strength.
Okay.
I'm ready in
That
my
is a
action.
23. And I'm also saying it low and like kind of like and dropping a little bit of the drunk talk.
Okay. You sure about this, old man?
Don't worry, kids. And I'm going to shove the bottle of wine into his chest. You guys have fun. I'll be okay.
All right. Come on, Alira.
Yeah. She just kind of takes hold of his shoulder and is constantly looking with this worried look like, what is this old man about to do? And why do I have a feeling that me walking away at this point is going to come back to haunt me?
Foreshadowing.
Yeah. And I'm going to stumble through the doors.
Just as Alira and Imbril kind of walk off for a moment, Imbril kind of leans into Alira. He's not drunk. And that's when Karobe goes tumbling through the doors, making a very loud ruckus, and doing what it is that he is going to do once he pops through those doors.
Do I see anything inside?
You see abandoned tools. A foliage has started to overgrow the stone floor. You see that there is a scaffolding sort of second floor that overlooks everything, like that seems to be falling apart at the seams and otherwise. This place is dusty. This place is old. This place is run down. It can collapse on itself at any moment.
I'm going to go find like a nice little corner, roll out my bedroll and like cover up and basically act like I'm passed out.
Okay. Kaz, Arya, Vanya, you all see that Karobe stumbles in through the doors and that he has made himself a bedroll and has gone to looking passed out.
Hope you'll be
I
expecting
suppose that's one way of doing it.
As an osprey bird, I would like to see if there is a way inside this warehouse, continuing to keep a bird's eye view, if you will.
Yep, that's
There's-
perfectly
there's
fine
like a-
because there is the beams of the roof that you can perch
Cool.
yourself on.
Perfect. I'm just gonna go ahead, fly in through like a broken window or something, and do that. I'm gonna keep an eye on him, make sure he's safe, and if anything happens, I am going to drop the polymorph and start blasting. But
you'll see Cars and Vanya camped out on the second floor overlooking the first floor. Cars down there like looking down, looking up at Vanya, and doing a motion of like two-handed like katana style sword and a drinking motion, like basically silently signing. Is he drunk?
Vanya's just gonna shrug in return, just like when we last saw him, he wasn't.
Hmm.
And all you see cars do is.
Alira, Imbrel kind of looks towards you and says, "Do we keep watch out here, or do we go in after him?"
We keep watch. She says as she grabs the bottle, unplugs it, and just takes a coping swig.
He takes the bottle from you and does one himself.
Gonna need to get warmed up for the party that's about to show up. We're pre-gaming.
All right. Everybody has found their perch, which is a perfect time for all of us to take a break. We will come back and find out what may happen at this warehouse on this second night that they're spending in Colcaster upon waiting for cargo to be properly packed into the boat for shipping. So we'll be right back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Where we had left off, our band of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, had found themselves at the warehouse where a meeting of cultists was meant to take place only a day early. Scoping out the place, figuring out what's going on here, what's of use to them, what the cultists may be doing here. So far, they have found that it is a place that has near completely rotted. It is prone to falling in on itself at any moment. A strong breeze could knock this place over. And yet, this is where the cultists have determined they will meet once more. And so, Lucky Sevens have been scoping it out, have spotted at least one person who's been scoping it out as well. And Kurobe made the brash decision of rolling right in, setting up a bedroll, and looking like a passed out drunk who may appear homeless at the moment. And so, now is about the time that we figure out. The party has been waiting for maybe an hour or two, silently, hoping that something, anything, comes to disturb them. Kaz, Alira, and Arya are up in the rafters and on the second floor, the rickety second floor of scaffolding.
You mean Vanya?
Yeah, Vanya. Yeah, Vanya, Arya, and Kaz. Alira and Imbrel are outside the warehouse, having sipped on a bottle of wine together, but keeping an eye out for anyone who might be going in. Lagan had been tailing a certain individual in cloaks who is now possibly being followed himself, as he's been doing the rounds himself for an hour or two now as well. But after this amount of time, the person, Lagan, that you had thought was following you, and you had noticed was following you, as you had followed him before, has disappeared. They're no longer following you. They may have slipped into an alley or something when your back was turned. And so you make your way back to the actual warehouse itself to see if maybe they'll head that way.
Yeah.
And Kaz, Vanya, and Arya, what you notice in that case, Arya or Alira and Imbrel would see it first, is that there are several individuals in cloaks who make their way towards the entrance and notice that it is opened. So, Lagan, upon coming back, you see this as well, with Alira and Imbrel not too far away. What do you do, Lagan?
How many of them are there?
3. You're fairly certain one of them is the one that walked away from you, and 2 new ones.
I'm actually just going to watch them. I will have prepared a spell, or if they take any aggressive actions towards the people I know that are there. Uh,
They don't seem to
I'm
make any
going to hold
aggressive
back.
moves. You see them speak for a moment together before they look like they're swinging their heads around on all sides to see if they spot anyone looking at them. So if
I'll
you're
hang back. No, I'm hanging back in the alley from where I lost the dude that I had been trailing, that started trailing me.
so you're not going back to the warehouse at all?
No, I'm going back to the warehouse in case that's where he's going. And then you said I saw those three guys, so I stopped
Yes,
where I
at the
was in
warehouse.
that.
At the warehouse is where you saw them.
Right.
Yes, they're
So,
standing at the front, I would assume, looking at the fact that the doors are open.
Yep.
so I can step back into the alley and still have a spell prepared that has a distance on it.
Yeah.
If they make any aggressive movements, I can drop a spell.
Just know that if you
But
don't spend the spell, you spent the spell slot.
yeah, I know. I'm aware. I spent a second level spell,
Okay.
but I'm keeping an eye on them. If they make any aggressive actions towards,
No aggressive actions are being made, but they do seem
I
to
will.
talk. They do seem to stop and talk for a moment, so quietly amongst themselves, and then kind of swing their head around to see if anyone's watching. Go ahead and make me a stealth check.
Why does it have to be the clear when it's so hard to read? 16.
Okay. You're fairly confident that they don't notice you in that alleyway. And what they do is they slowly, but look like they're ready to draw weapons, to start walking into the warehouse. Karobe, you can hear footsteps at the door. Arya, Kaz, and Vanya, you see them walking in. 3 individuals in cloaks. Look like they're ready to draw weapons. They start heading to where you know Karobe to be.
Kaz would hold up a finger, just like, hold. And he's watching them, like a hawk watching them.
Yeah, Vanya's keeping an eye on them, getting an arrow ready, but she's not doing anything else.
I just let out a snore noise.
They don't make any other sounds. And they start moving towards the corner opposite to where Kaz you're overlooking the whole thing, but it's an opposite corner to you that they end up going toward.
Yep.
And you see
I'm
that they
gonna-
move a machine out of the way.
And as they move that machine, is there anything underneath it, like the passageway?
A hole with a ladder, looks like.
Kaz would be like, kind of gesture to the hole.
You see 2 of them go down. The other one covers the hole back up with the machine. And it looks like this guy is keeping his eyes peeled on Karobe.
what I think I might do is I'm going to sneak across the floor to basically be above him.
Okay.
And I'd like to drop down and see if I can knock this guy out.
Okay. Make a stealth check first.
That is a 29.
Nope, that's definitely going to be his 6 plus whatever. No way he can beat that. Okay. You easily sneak your way past and get to the opposite corner. And how are you going about knocking him out?
I'm basically gonna basically dive from the roof. And basically do an acrobatic takedown from above.
Okay.
Slamming him into the floor if I'm...
I'm going to say this is going to be an unarmed strike from above.
Yep.
Make an unarmed strike.
He's not aware. And because he's not aware of me, I have advantage.
Exactly.
We take those! That's a natural...
And you're going for a non-lethal takedown?
Yep, non-lethal takedown.
All right. Non-lethal takedown it is. He crumples to the ground unconscious.
So, Arya and Vanya, what you basically see is Kaz silently, like, very, very slow, dexterous footwork, walk his way over to the other side, look down, and then you see him, you see him drop onto this guy from above, basically grabbing onto him from above and behind, and doing multiple, like, what would look like nerve strikes to drop him to the floor, and he would, like, guide the guy down, like, as soon as kind of riding him down, he would guide the guy down slowly, kind of sliding him off to the side.
Not a sound.
And then he'd look to the machine. How to move this without making noise?
How indeed.
Someone would have to pick it up. That someone ain't gonna be me.
You're lanky and lithe. You need a strong person.
He's gonna look over, look around the room, and then he's gonna spot
Kurobe's
Kurobe.
going to stand up.
the guy in the corner. I mean, Kurobe probably would have been watching as he sees Kaz like
I've just
from the
kind of,
ceiling.
yeah, I've just kind of been like,
Hmm.
I've been laying there on my bedroll just watching this. Okay, I'll get up. I'll roll my bedroll up, put it on my pack, and I'll go over and I'll move this thing.
Okay.
I'll give.
And you
I'll
are
give,
wanting
I'll
to
give
do
him a
so
hand.
quietly, yes?
I'll give him a hand to make sure that it's quiet.
Okay. Then I will say that that is a strength. That's an athletics check, yeah.
Okay, and he's helping me.
Yep, I'm helping you.
So at
you get
advantage.
advantage.
Meanwhile, Arya, Vanya,
Vanya's
27.
dropping down. Damn. Vanya's dropping down quietly and heading over to the two of them.
As an osprey, I will go ahead and join Vanya and just kind of perch on her shoulder for the time being. Continuing to observe the situation, determining whether or not I should scout ahead or...
your
No, of
polymorph
course I
is
can't.
almost to its end, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm going to float on down and just unpolymorph.
Okay. By being vague about it being 1 or 2 hours, I was even giving you that extra bit. So So yeah, it's about time for it to be over.
Okay.
So, leaving Lagon, are you going into the warehouse now? Or no?
Lagan is waiting to see if the guy that had been following makes his way back around.
He went
And,
into the warehouse. You saw him
Yeah,
do
they
that.
all three of them.
Oh, he
Yeah.
went in with.
Yeah.
Okay, he was one of the three.
He was the one actually that Kaz just took down.
Okay. Wait a couple minutes to see if anybody else is going to come back through, seeing how much that they were trying to keep an eye on this place.
You don't see anyone else.
Yeah, I will make my way into the warehouse.
Okay. So, the machine has been moved aside. You see the sort of almost tunnel. It looks like it's drilled into the earth itself. It's not necessarily constructed as stone or anything, with a ladder down to into darkness. You don't know how far down it goes.
Does the ladder appear sturdier than the building surrounds?
Questionable. It's a rope ladder.
Okay.
It's not like it's stuck very deep with any pittance either.
Are any of my companions still up here, or is this just...
Everyone's still up
hadn't-
here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no one's
Okay.
gone in yet.
Okay.
Even going down that hole might be a tight squeeze for you, Mr. Goliath.
Of course. Where's this rope tied off to?
Seems to be tied off to some of the like it's got like it's kind of nailed into the earth, but it doesn't look like that earth is going to last much longer.
Okay.
So maybe they replace it every now and again. You're not sure. Or maybe this is temporary.
Then I think going down, because if we lose the ladder, I mean, how deep's the...
It goes into darkness. You don't know how deep it is.
Yeah. Well...
Anya's gonna take a look at it and shrug and start making her way down it.
Okay. Well, if you're going, I'm going too.
She's got dark vision.
I gotta make sure the girls don't
It'll
get in
help a
trouble.
little bit.
I'm gonna follow them.
Okay. So are you all going down at the same time?
It looks like it.
I think one after another. Given that the rope ladder is weak because it'll really be bad, I think cars might suggest like one at a time.
Yeah.
Because Lagan's probably going to be straining. Lagan and Karobe are probably going to be straining it as is.
That's a
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like as Vanya starts going down and Arya moves, Kaz is like going to stop her for a second and kind of point to the fact, like quietly point to the fact that the rope ladder isn't that strong, one at a time.
Well, given the size of the hole, Lagan's not even going to use the rope. He's going to use the sides of the wall and climb down like he was doing when he was mountain climbing when he was a kid.
deep.
Oh yeah,
Question. Point of order. How deep is it?
we can't.
We
That's a
don't
good
know.
shit.
It's
That's a
dark.
good question. You
Darkness.
don't know.
Into darkness.
Hmm.
Which isn't terribly far
something-
from where you're at because you're dimly lit anyway. So
And,
it doesn't even just a bit going down a bit leads into darkness. So
Is Featherfall only a reaction, or is it something I can cast retroactively?
you can use. I mean, basically, you jump and you cast, and that's considered your reaction for the turn.
Yeah, Featherfall is just a oh, I'm falling. I cast Featherfall as a reaction.
It lasts for 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
That's 600 feet.
Yeah, you can go a total of 600 feet on it.
I doubt the hole's going to be 600 feet if there was a rope. That just seems a little beyond the pale.
Well, if we definitely don't want anybody to hear us, I can cast silence.
That's always a move.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. Silence, good.
Alright, so where do we want it? Because it's a 20-foot sphere. And it lasts for 10 minutes.
Can you center it? Is it on a point or?
I can put it on a point.
You can
Anywhere
cast it
You
on
can
an
center it.
object.
You can center it on like your holy symbol or something.
I can put it on anything I want. Creature, object, point. I can make it centralized where it doesn't move, or it will move with me. Or
Yeah, I think
wherever I put it.
moving with you might be a good idea.
So it's a 20-foot sphere that surrounds me, emanating from the holy symbol of the Deathwalker's ward armor that I'm wearing, and the book that Lagan has been holding as well are both shining. If the book is visible at this point, so this silence will emanate from that. Yeah. Anyone that is within this 20-foot sphere with me, 20-foot radius, is immune to thunder damage, and creatures are deafened, and casting spells with verbal components is impossible.
Mm.
And if I have to get into a fight, I will use my hammer.
Okay. Well,
It's a good thing that Carlos has been using sign language this whole time to communicate.
sounds good. Then yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of. Is the hole big enough for more than one person, or no?
No, it's big enough for only one person. In fact, it's barely over like 2 feet wide.
Then I'm just not gonna bother with Featherfall, and I guess we're just single file, one person at a time. That's fine.
Okay. Yep, this thing was barely big enough for like a small machine from this place to cover, so.
They kept the small purpose, obviously. Small footprint means.
Yep. And it's oddly perfect, this hole.
Someone dug it with magic, probably.
But, Alira, you and Imbrel are still outside the warehouse. You've seen Lagon go in. Are you going to be joining?
I believe that would be accurate, as I haven't heard a whole myriad of explosions or fighting or anything like that, so I'm going to presume that everything went well.
Indeed.
It's a large presumption, I know.
Imbrel states that he's going to stay and watch the door just to make sure that nobody else comes by. and that if you would like to go with your companions down the hole, you may.
If trouble shows up, just get out of here. Hate to end up having to explain to your matriarch what happened in the letter. And she starts bullying,
That
going
sort
in.
of thing you would say in person.
We'll make sure that we can.
Also, make a Constitution saving throw. How drunk are you?
Why are you making me roll dice?
It's not a hard DC.
It's not a hard DC, but it's also Derek dice.
It's not a hard DC.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that is actually a 15. So, hey,
That's plenty.
For once.
That's plenty. Half a bottle of wine is not going to affect you. Maybe you didn't even get half a bottle of wine down.
I think I shot, maybe.
Yeah.
She's been proven to be a cheap drunk.
Maybe had a bit and then was like, this is a little stronger than I need right now. She paced herself. So, you are free to also go down the hole with your companions. Again, it is rather perfect with the rope ladder.
Is it deeper than 160?
No.
So I can actually see the bottom?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's no light down there.
Dark vision. Drow.
Dark vision also doesn't keep you from seeing. You can't see in pitch darkness. It is pitch dark down there.
Okay.
I believe Drow have superior dark vision. It's
They do,
120.
which means they have a further distance. But dark vision
They
itself
see-
needs.
It's a dark vision
a little
radius
bit
of
of light.
120 feet, sorry.
Yeah.
So
well, they can
moonlight
see it-
you
they
can
can
see
see it.
perfectly.
They can see darkness. They see in dim light as if it were bright light, and pure darkness as if it were dim light, unless it's magical.
It is not magical.
Then yeah, with 120 feet of dark vision, if it's not that deep, they should be able to see the bottom. It'll just count as dim light, and they'll have disadvantage on perception. Also, can't see in color. That's
Yep.
the other one.
Yep, it's in grayscale. So, Illyra, you are able to see the bottom from the top. It
Fantastic.
doesn't go down very far. It's only about 100 foot deep.
100-foot fall, still pretty good fall.
Pretty big fall
Uh,
still. Yeah.
I will very carefully go down the ladder.
And when each of you reaches the bottom of the ladder, it does widen out into a space that is a bit bigger. It's still pretty cramped, but it is. You can at least, well, Lagon stands with a hunch, but at least the others of you would stand mostly upright.
And he cast a light in this location, right? So
Who cast a
I
light?
believe that
I
was the
forgot.
discussion.
I missed that.
No light. That was
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Silence. Yeah.
Hmm.
So you all are deathly quiet.
silence. That was a silence he cast.
I cast silence. I have not cast light,
All right.
No
And-
lights,
and
just
I-
silence.
and I can't cast light because my orb requires a
Give it a
vocal
minute.
component.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
And
Yes. While the
or
gong
I
is in
would
your
have
presence at
cast
the moment,
light.
you cannot say anything to each other. You cannot use verbal components, and nothing can hear you
Immune to
either.
thunder damage. We are immune to thunder damage, and anybody that enters it is also deafened.
So you're considered
Yeah.
deafened. for
So
the
we're
purposes
deafened, so
of
we
things.
can't. We can't. Yep. It does. Yeah. It does also mean you can't use vocal. Silence does indeed that.
Yep. But you are free to now move forward. The tunnel itself is barely wide enough for an individual single file, but you can stand mostly upright. And you do see a light at the end of the tunnel, probably about 300 feet away. A dim light, but a light nonetheless.
so Kars would gently tap on everybody to get their attention, and kind of make a couple of pictographs with his hands first, being like, if you guys stay here, I'll walk up and look. Basically, he says he would walk up and do a kind of a quick scout from the tunnel, and then come back and then bring the rest of you forward, just to make sure that we're not walking into a trap.
Yeah, thumbs up.
None of you are proficient
so
in any
he's
sign
going-
language, by the way.
He's using universal signs.
I, however, have comprehend languages.
He is not signing any known sign language.
To be fair, so do I. I also have that. Thanks.
It is not a known sign
but
language.
yeah,
It
he's-
is just him making motions.
Yeah, but he's gonna sneak up and
But
do that. He's gonna sneak up to through the tunnel, keeping an eye out for traps in the tunnel for one, and for at the end of the tunnel to like get a view of the room where the light.
there's no door and there's no real like edge wall to it. It's just the tunnel goes straight into the space that this thing is in. And it's a candlelight. It's very, very dim.
It's enough to see.
It's enough to see. And so, for you to walk out of the silence spell, you are no longer silenced by it, so you need to make a stealth check.
I'll make a stealth check. That is a 28.
Okay. Yep. You are very quiet.
He's just gonna go to the tunnel, kind of sticking
Bless
to
you.
the edge of the tunnel
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that he doesn't kind of exit the darkness too far, and just take a look around the room at the end.
This edge of the wall is also strangely smooth for being carved out of earth.
Magic. Definitely magical. Because it's not stonework, right? It's not like bricked.
No.
Yeah, it's that says either magic. Yeah, that says magic. It's really the only way you'll get that smooth. That, or you'll have something kind of eroding it with acid, which would be awful.
And pockmarked.
And pockmarked, yes. But it's smooth. So, yeah, Kaz is kind of just looking around the room at the end of the tunnel. What are they looking at? What are we looking at here? Shrine of some sort, or?
There is a small shrine that does have candles next to it, and those candles are purposefully like kind of have this altar sort of thing. It's kind of cupping all of the light to be just in that space and try not to bounce as much light off into the rest of the tunnel as possible, but some of it's still going to get past. The candles have been lit. The shrine has the figure of the one-eyed skull draped in what looks like a robe, or some kind of vague body form that really just kind of concentrates on the one-eyed skull face of the figure. The other thing that you see is that there is an archway in the stone, or in the earth, but it doesn't lead to another room. And the
Is
two
it like
individuals...
an archway is just standing there?
The archway is just standing there, and the two individuals you saw come down here are nowhere. And this is a tiny little shrine space that doesn't even have places to sit.
Yeah, Kaz would walk back and kind of tell, basically show her like arch space, 2 people, nowhere to be seen. Follow. And so the idea is to get everyone to follow and walk into head into the space and probably through the arch, because it feels like that's probably a portal of some kind.
Well, the silence spell is still active. You can walk in quietly if you all desire to.
Yeah, sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
I mean, Kars did survey the room. Did a 5-point room scan even.
Mm-hmm. It is, and when you walk in, it is basically a 10-foot by 10-foot space with an archway on the wall, in kind of carved into the dirt, a shrine to the one-eyed skull in the corner, lit by a single candle, and the rest of the room is empty, save for maybe a book on the floor.
Oh, can I inspect the dirt archway? Touch the archway itself and see if I can see anything or find anything about it. Maybe it's like an illusion or there's like some sort of secret trigger.
Make an Arcana check.
While she does that, I want to inspect the altar and see if it is potentially moved like the machine upstairs to open up another space.
There's like the stone base. The stone base is basically just a rock. You move the rock, there's nothing there.
Okay.
17 total.
There is something inscribed into the dirt.
Oh. Can I read it?
It's magical runes of some kind. Do you have detect? Does anyone have detect magic?
I do, but I can't fucking use it.
Lagan can drop the silence. That's pretty sure we're alone now. So
Do you drop the silence? You're muted, by the way.
If that is what is necessary, I can drop silence. Let me see if I have it prepared, because I think I could ritually cast it even in the silence.
You can ritual cast anything you have prepared as a cleric.
Right, that's what I was saying. I'm trying to see if I have it prepared. I gotta think it's yes, I have it prepared.
Okay.
Oh.
It still requires vocal components, yes?
Let's see. For ritual casting.
My version does.
Ritual casting still requires all the components.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so you would have to drop
I
silence
would
to cast it.
Yeah. No matter what, still have to drop silence. So yeah, I
Yep.
would drop silence.
Okay. I'll take the spell slot for it then. I'll go ahead and use Detect Magic. And I would like to read those runes. I guess not read them, but if you can sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any invisible creature or object. You learn its school of magic, if any.
Okay.
This can penetrate barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, or a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
You would learn that it is a conjuration magic spell.
Intriguing.
You look at the runes, and from what you can tell, this is some kind of portal.
Do
Or
I
was.
know the language of the runes?
It's in the common runes used throughout the world.
Oh, common runes. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to relay this. It's a portal. Conjuration magic of some kind that was utilized here, but I'm not sure how to use it myself. I wonder if it just enters in on the other side, or if it goes somewhere far away. Maybe this is actually how this cult has been getting around. How they expanded so quickly. They're probably not just traveling everywhere by foot, but they're using these.
It could be.
You're muted again.
It would also explain why they're on multiple continents.
What?
Hmm.
Why we just find this now is troubling.
Because we haven't really been looking to crash in on a meeting.
I guess not.
We've got that symbol from the other guy that we ambushed in brothel.
We do.
He
I'm
is
gonna
supposed to
pull
make
that
sure.
out and hold it over to the portal. Like, just pull it out.
Arya, your detect magic is now seeing something on that symbol.
What's it saying?
Conjuration magic. Where it didn't
Oh,
have
cause
magic before.
Cause it's doing something. It's doing something.
These are the key.
Oh.
That's a gate, and this is the key. So, everybody close?
Hold hands?
Yeah.
Yep.
Into the breach we go. Also, Lagan, Vanya, Kurobe, wherever. Oh, wait, he's gone.
His net cut out.
Uh-oh. Well, he's going to go in with you if you guys are going, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cars
Yeah.
just everything like weapons. Because we might walk into like an ambush. We don't know where we're going, so we need to be prepared.
I'm prepared!
Yeah, no, it's for the people who use weapons, but
If anybody had been paying attention, once we got down here, Lagan's hammer has been in his hand the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
perfect. Good. Once more into the breach.
You
Yep.
walk
Hold hands and through we go.
You walk closer to it, Kaz, and it starts to react. The symbol in your hand starts to vibrate and resonate. Arya, you see that the conjuration magic between the archway and the key, this symbol in Kaz's hand, almost like there's a jolt of lightning that happens between the two of them, and then suddenly there is a circle of magic that appears in front of you, and suddenly, whoop, you all are instantly transported somewhere else. And that somewhere else, you land, you open your eyes. The sky is black.
Oh boy, we just plain hopped! Yeah! Okay. Sorry, I just realized I wasn't on mute.
The ground is dead gray.
Oh no.
And there is a tower in the distance.
Are we in the Shadowfell?
No. No, I think no, because the sky isn't black in the Shadowfell, it's grey. It's overcast, it's always overcast in the Shadowfell. Because it's a material echo, not a separate plane. No, the sky is black, the ground is black, and there's a tower in the distance. Oh, fuck, we're in the abyss. Oh, dear God, we're in the fucking abyss. Oh, this is... Ah, this is bad. Oh, no.
You're welcome.
Oh, no.
I'm fucking stoked. I've been wanting to do a plane shift anything in D&D for ages.
It does require the right kind of campaign, but this is it. And this is... In Chroma Company, this is about when we did the first one.
Yep.
When we went to the Feywild.
Mm-hmm.
But we get the goth version.
No, we get the depressive, suicidal black metal version.
Oh, cool.
So we're in what is basically Hell's Hell. As an out of character point, as Kaz is kind of looking around. Oh, I hate every moment of this.
And you notice that there is no circle behind you.
Oh, and the trip was one way. Brilliant.
Oh,
Oh, lovely.
where are we?
Where are we?
Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any mention of any alternate
I
realms?
would like to make an Arcana check, please.
Can I assist?
You may.
Yeah, that's the idea. Just calling on that thing of alternate realm, like the mentions
If I can give him a bardic inspiration, I will.
I'm asking specifically if there's any mention in my book or books that I've been carrying and reading.
No.
Alternate realms. None at all.
Not like this.
Okay.
You
Nothing I
see
can get
entries in that. You see entries in the journal from Celine of a hellish scape, a plane essentially on eternal fire. You hear of underground caverns with crystalline sort of creations created by the Fae. You don't know what this is. This is not mentioned at all.
Okay. So this will be being added to my portion of the blank pages in the journal, as well as my notes and surgeries and other things that I've been collecting and noting to continue this journal.
The ground does seem to be made of rock, so at least it's solid. With crags and everything else like it too. There's canyons in the distance.
Oh shit, can I find... Go ahead.
What's Vanya? What's your bardic inspiration die?
D8.
Even bigger. Perfect.
Copy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna relay a question to you after the session, because it's a thing that I just realized just now that I want.
Okay.
Oh god.
Natural 20 for a 21 plus max roll of the Dardic Inspiration die for a 29.
Ooh.
He be knowing.
He be knowing.
But even the most knowledgeable of knowledge doesn't know everything.
Fair enough.
No, it's why I'm trying to lean back on kind of the natural knowledge that the Gem Dragonborn have to do with general planar cosmology. They've never been to places, but they're usually aware that something exists, and it's just a matter of if I've read anything in or
Well,
visioned anything about a place, even remotely like.
there's certainly myth around an eternal abyss in which Tharizdun was cast.
Well, this looks pretty abyss-like.
It's part of the creation myth of the world.
This looks, not only does it look pretty abyss-like, but we know that the thing that they're worship was created by Mr. Chained Oblivion.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was a betting man, I'd say that probably share some kind of domain, which means I'm in very grave danger. Oh dear. If I'm right.
And you very well might be, because it's certainly very, very dark, but also you can see just fine. You are not impaired, your vision is not impaired for the lack of light.
Do I feel anything from the blades on my back? Just as a quick point.
They feel at home.
Oh no.
Can I cast Legend Lore
On what specifically?
describing this place to see if I can confirm causes conjectures
Okay.
or
Spending the
offer
spell slot to do it.
alternate? Yeah. Brief summary of significant lore about this place. Could be current, forgotten, or even secret lore that never been widely known. If it isn't legendary importance, gain no information. The more information already have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive. The information you learn is accurate, might be coached in, coat in figurative language. For example, woe to the evildoer whose hand touches the sea.
It uses a magical act as a
Yeah.
example.
Morden may awaken the true powers of my axe. Other various phrases.
In a sense, you get the impression that this place is known as the Cradle of Death.
Lovely.
And confirms causes suspicion. That this place is abyssal in nature, possibly a portion of or attached to the Chained Oblivion's eternal hell. And that tower is looking even more ominous than you remembered, than you know. That symbol in your hand, Kaz, isn't really resonating with the same sort of intensity anymore, but there's still a little bit of a hum.
So So where? The updates.
What's... Wait. Abyss? What's the Abyss?
Like the one that the Risden was cast into.
We are in
Oh.
the cradle of death. It is a part of the abyss.
Because the blades on my back feel hard.
Fucking hell.
We are on a different plane.
Oh,
Oh, that's
This is the ancient and old death.
this is the origin of death. It's where death was born.
So this is the depths we need to sink to make Kaz uncomfortable.
This would make any sane person comfortable.
Well, thankfully we're the lucky sevens, and sanity had no bearing on any action that led to this point.
You know what? That's fair. Given the kind of shit that we've done just in the past like month, I can't disagree with you, Alira. Let's just look.
So
We
it's
might have
our
to
then.
kill a god.
Why not? I'm in a world that doesn't exist. Let's continue on with this fever dream and see where it leads.
I wish it was a fever dream. We going?
I doubt we'll be making Drake fast any time very soon.
God.
We may be stuck here. I don't know if that's a one-way thing, or if there's another where else. To somewhere else, or to the same place.
well, I mean, there's only really one way to go from here, isn't there?
Do you see any signs of the men we were following?
And she just points to the tower.
I see a tower, but does anybody see any signs or tracks or trails to follow that potentially go somewhere other than the tower?
Somebody could roll a survival.
I will assist.
Sure. I will gladly
I'll
take
roll
the
it.
assist. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to cast guidance. Have a D4.
So that's a D8, a D4, and advantage. Oh wait, no, that's really it's a D4 and
Oh, it's a nat 20.
Oh,
For 27, and guidance gives a 1. So 28.
there are
She
tracks.
knows where to go. Yeah.
There are tracks that kind of lead towards one of the canyons that you see in the distance.
That's better than the tower. We don't
Mark
want to
it.
go to the tower just yet.
Mark it and mark it well. We will at some point, I promise you. And he growls at the thought of following these cursed men as he was told to do. He doesn't want to do this.
to be fair, we don't really want to be here, but what we kind of got out the window point in favor of what we have to do, so let's just follow them and hope to God that things end up okay.
Right. Let's hope we somehow get back in time to keep Emerald from losing his head.
Well, he would still have a way of getting to Drake fast with the ship, as he is considered a member and was never removed from the crew. And there are other persons on board besides just Roll. At least one other that I'm aware of.
Lagan, he planned on turning himself in.
Well,
Why is it every time we try to do something good, we are just shunted to the side for something particularly stupidly dangerous?
stupidly dangerous seems to be everything we've gotten into from the start. Since we met, actually.
Yeah, that's fair.
My experiments were not exactly the most intelligently designed and well thought out or planned. I've since learned many lessons, and they make wonderful migraines. In the palm of your hand to give someone else. Thanks to that first interaction we had.
Well, we might see some use here.
That was the plan when I came down here with just a hammer in my hand.
And she's gonna start following the tracks.
I'm right beside her.
And you can't explain it, but a sense of dread builds and builds as you walk closer and closer towards that canyon. A canyon you seem to be at the top of, because when you stare into the canyon from above, you can hear the rushing of liquid, but you don't see it. You see the crags of the sides of the canyon, but you don't see the bottom of it. The
Is there
canyon
any way of
spans
telling
this.
where
I'm sorry, what?
is there any way of telling where the tracks went
They led here
and then just stopped?
and just stopped.
Fuck.
Is it illusion?
Don't know.
Arya, how long does detect magic last? Is that 10 minutes or an hour?
That's only 10 minutes, but I can cast it again.
If you would like, you can.
I will. It sounds like this is a prompt for me to do so. Okay. I go ahead and cast it again. Is there anything that I can see within 30 feet of me? Or aura-wise, the type of magic? What's going on?
You get a faint, sort of ever-present sort of magical sense about this whole place, but nothing of any particular importance stands out in front of you. If this were the same as back home, it would just look like a canyon that goes into black.
No, I can't pinpoint where the water might be coming from.
No, but you hear it, and it kind of doesn't sound like water. It sounds thicker than that, like sludge of some kind.
Tar. Maybe.
Decomposing.
Okay, well, I have an alternative thing that I could probably see if I can sense with. Let me see. Something, something paladin, something, something. Something, something divine sense.
Divine sense.
I already know I'm immediately going to pick up on Cause's blades, but I'm just going to purposefully ignore that. The presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor, and powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. You know the type, celestial, fiend, or undead, of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity. Within the same radius, you can also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hollow spell. I would like to use one of these to see if I can find one of the figures we're trailing, if at all, for within that area,
You don't
the area of them.
sense the figures that you were looking for, but there's definitely a presence of undead within 60 feet of you.
Oh, good.
And
love
there's
that for us.
definitely a very evil presence in all 60 feet.
In all 60 feet.
This
So
place
we're-
is desecrated.
Everywhere around you within 60 feet is evil.
Bad juju. Okay.
You almost feel like your connection to the divine is stronger here and yet weaker here. There is a divine presence,
But it ain't good.
but it ain't good.
I'm going to spend my last 5th level for scrying.
Okay,
I
please.
plan to do this on the ship, but it seems to be more useful here at this point, and I'm going to use the silver mirror that I bought before we started all this shit,
Okay.
and focus on the guy that I was following, getting as clear an image of him from seeing him, and
As I had described before, the guy that you were following was the guy that Cause knocked out unconscious. So
you
he's
said
back.
I apologize. I thought you said I noticed one of the other guy that we followed in here from the night before.
Yeah, talking about the dude that he put a curse on.
That I
The
put a
Oh, the
curse
guy you
on.
cursed?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought you said he was with the other guy.
No,
that
I did
came
not
with
mention
her.
him
No,
at all.
the
I apologize.
No, he's
It's
not
my
here
mistake. Okay,
Um,
that's what I'm supposed to do.
well, I'm going to take the opportunity to let everyone know that this place definitely has dead things that need to be more dead than they are, but for some reason they're not dead enough. Undead, as they say.
And now you want to make them re-dead.
I'd very much like to make them re-dead, but I also don't think we should be drawing attention. I'm just letting you know they're within 60-ish feet, kind of within a ogling distance.
Right. Okay. So we'll have to be careful moving on.
A little bit on the sneaky side, yeah. I mean, I don't know how many there are, is the problem.
me a second. I might have something for that. I'm going to double check this.
Okay. And everything and everyone here has a slight feeling of heebie-jeebies.
Well, I mean, considering I can't see the sky and I feel like I'm walking on the moon, I imagine I would be feeling a little heebie-jeebied.
Yep, because there's no stars either. There's no moon,
Not a single
no
light in
sun,
the sky.
no cloud. Perpetual rock as far as the eye can see.
We're in open space, but for some reason I feel claustrophobic again. I'm not enjoying it.
It is not a place of comfort.
No. Not really.
It's not supposed to be.
Nope. A little bit different than I thought it was. Oh, wait, hang on. I can actually, while tracking them, learn their exact number if I wanted to.
Oh,
Through Natural Explorer as Ranger.
that's pretty good.
But I'd have to be tracking them.
I would prefer that we stay tracking the initial two
The other two.
targets.
Yeah.
So the tracks stop here, though.
Mm-hmm. Which means
Maybe-
they either had a way across, or they fell,
Maybe
or
things
jumped.
Or they have another portal.
Maybe things are not to stay up here.
I'd like to look down the chasm.
Mm-hmm. It's very dark.
It's very dark indeed. Very good. Fascinating. There's nothing
You
that
see
would
an
imply.
you see an almost gooey sort of river question mark at the bottom. Kind of shines a little bit, even though there's no light.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't think they would have gone down there, so they might have crossed.
It's pretty wide to cross
It is.
and pretty deep
Let-
to fall. Or climb.
Let me check where I'm at polymorph wise.
Can anyone cast fly?
Banya.
I can. I could only target 3 creatures though.
Right. But 3 people could go across to see if they flew across.
Could take us in groups.
Could work.
Yeah, real quick.
Mhm.
We're still trying to find these 2 cultists and where they could have ended up going. We're presuming the tower.
Well, right now you're
No.
at the you're at a canyon that seems to have a
Yeah.
kind of gooey river underneath it.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering. The trail has gone cold at this point,
Yes,
right? So we're
because
kind of
the
endlessly
actual
wondering.
tracks led up to the edge of the canyon and have not been found again.
So, what I'm proposing is the 3 of them can fly across to see if they can. They had some way to cross the chasm, and those of us that are not flying with them can climb down to see if we can pick up the trail if they somehow went down and there's another place that is potentially hidden.
I'm just doing a little bit of an experiment, grabbing hold of a handful of this chip rock, dirt, what have you, before the chasm, going up to where the footsteps are, and just kind of tossing it forward. Tossing it on.
Okay. It falls like it should.
Looking down, I don't see any mechanism below us that might have raised up to create a bridge or anything like that.
Mm-mm.
Well, it's not whatnot. Alira will end up going to the other side using a single wild shape.
Okay. Your wild shape into...
At this point, I think we will try that hawk thing that I've been observing using from my
Alira.
compatriot.
Yes. The same kind of hawk that Arya used before. Okay. To take on that shape, you flap your wings and you are able to fly. You have no hindrance. You have nothing forbidding you from doing so. And you land as safely as when you first got here.
Okay, I'm going to take a look on the other side. Sorry. Pardon me.
It's alright.
I'm gonna look on the other side
Hmm.
for any traces, tracks, or anything like that.
Survival check.
Hey, not bad. 18 for once.
Nice.
I'm rolling hot tonight. I'm not rolling. I'm rolling above a 5.
Awesome.
You found the tracks.
And I will call to end up signaling that I found something.
Looks like they hopped the chasm.
Something else caused in the distance.
From which
Oh,
which
shit.
direction?
From inside the canyon. Like a loud shriek, almost.
We're
Okay.
leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving right now. We're leaving.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm going to use another polymorph, and I'm going to turn into a giant bird. Apparently, I can become giant birds, too. I had to look up the CR list. I can't decide which bird this time, though, so I think I'm going to go with an owl.
Giant owl. Alright.
Jen.
Reminiscently so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you
And
can fly
then-
over just as you could.
It's not just fly over. The goal specifically is to be able to carry people. The only one I can't carry is Lagan.
Okay,
I will take
so
everyone one at a time.
I imagine Kurobe would just pop his wings to fly over.
Well, I don't want to
He's-
use that skill unless he's
Yeah.
gonna need
Yeah.
to do it. So
I can carry
Yeah.
Kurobe. He's human-sized.
Yeah.
You should be able to carry Lagan. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to.
Can large carry large?
He's not large. He's considered large for the purposes of stuff, but he's actually
no, he's just a large humanoid
You're,
on the large
you're
side of
muted
human,
again. You're muted again,
Mojo, you're
Mojo.
muted.
but he's still considered medium.
but the weight would be the issue.
Yeah.
What strength? What strength does the bird have?
Large owl. Let me look it up. Giant owl, 5e. The stats are strength is not superb. It's only 13. It's much more dexterous than it is and powerful.
Yeah, but I mean that's fine because of the fact that I mean you carry him across on your back because you are a large creature and medium creatures can so you can just carry him across on your back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's strenuous to do so because he's so heavy, but you can manage it.
You just see the owl go down the canyon.
Which gets a little too close for comfort because another one of those screeches comes from down there.
Yeah. Kaz is just going to double dash across the gap and hop his wings unfurled to give himself
Bit of a glide.
200 feet of flying speed.
Hmm.
Alright,
That does mean that everybody can get across.
yeah. Don't have to use fly.
I'm gonna maintain the large owl shape and just decide to float above everyone for the duration of the hour since I haven't.
Okay.
I want to make a note. It's a giant barn owl.
Giant barn owl. We love barn owls. They're so smush face.
Yes.
Such smush face. Okay.
Agreed.
So, in hopping across and following the tracks, you see that they continue on into the distance, heading not towards the tower, but towards something else in the distance that's kind of a smaller, kind of looks like building, almost. And when you arrive to that building, it is simply a structure made of stone slabs. It's basically just a few walls and a roof, and that's it.
Stone box.
Stone box.
Let's have a look at the stone. There's not really much else wandering around here, so we may as well look at the stone box and...
Right.
And again, you see another one of these archways.
Kaz, key, please.
Yeah. I've got it. It's right here. Does the portal activate at all?
You get closer, and yes, it activates. And with a whoosh, all of you are teleported
Here we go.
somewhere else.
Oh, thank fuck.
Are we back on the prime material, or are we on another plane?
Well, you land in another space very similar to the one you left, but different.
Looks
Same
like
type
we
of
were-
altar?
Ish. It's different make. It's very, very much a similar
But it-
thing, but not exact.
No, it's still the one-eyed skull. It's still rock, all of that.
And there are people here.
Yeah.
So what do? They all kind of turn around and look back at you because they didn't expect the gate to activate again.
We got here a bit earlier than expected.
Jump him. We got the drop. We just appeared behind them, expecting us. Let's just get the drop and get this done with.
I'm going to cast Vampiric Touch. And then run up and hit the closest one to me. With my hammer.
Okay. Make an attack roll. Well, you have to touch them with your hand for Vampiric Touch to work.
It's a melee spell attack.
Yeah.
Okay, then I won't be. I'll be using my offhand instead of having my shield. I've got my hammer and my open hand.
It's like you just slap them and necrotic damage happens.
Yeah.
So
Melee attack.
with that being said, I think that's going to be a good place for us to actually stop for the night.
Yeah, because if we keep going, we'll be here over like 2 hours.
We'll be here in a whole another 2 hours, yeah. So we'll come back to that and figure out where exactly you landed next time. Because you're not in the same place anymore.
Clearly.
I'm trying to figure that.
Might not even be on the same continent.
Might not even be on the same plane either.
Yeah, Coffee. I mean, yeah, sure. This is another altar, but this is an altar like on another plane, and we just walked into like a multi-planar conspiracy that you've just that we're about to get bent
Not gonna
over
get
and
that
out of the
convoluted.
outside.
Let's be real. This is a Maddie world. It doesn't get that convoluted. Does
Were
it?
you around for Oiho? Were you around for Oiho?
Yeah, we went to Oiho and came back. That's about as convoluted as it got. But
Here, but also Oiho.
I hope you all have enjoyed this little mystery place that you landed yourselves in.
I'm fucking stoked. I love extraplanar bullshit so much. It never happens in any D&D game. Almost never happens, and so when it does happen, it's like, oh boy!
Most games, it's either it never gets that far, or it's the entire basis of the campaign, because it's set in a setting like Planescape or something like that, where cosmology and everything's actually kind of important and moving around and doing different things.
Correct.
Extraplanar jaunts are rare. Rarer than they should be, I think, because for how much effort is put into the extraplanar, like into the outer plane, they should be explored more.
So stoked. I'm so stoked. I love this stuff. I'm so excited to explore it.
Also, the beginning of this session. The beginning of this fucking session.
God, that took such a 180. We're like having a good time, and then now we're here.
Yeah.
That's every session, though.
We were supposed to wait a day. We're not exactly where we were supposed to be, and I don't know how long it's going to be before we get back where we need to be.
We are waiting a day. This is just what we're doing while we're waiting for the day.
I mean, to be fair, with extraplanar shenanigans, we might have arrived at the other side of the yesterday.
But we've also left Emerald to his own devices with a bottle of wine staring at the front of where we went in.
Yeah, you know what's worse though? Just what Gavin said, and the first thing I thought was, "Oh God, we're going to be dealing with the Langoliers."
That's
or
what's
on the
at
edge
the bottom
of yesterday.
of the canyon. That's what's at the bottom of the canyon.
I'd believe it.
We get back and Ambrose arrested, but not because he's a traitor. It's because he was drunk and disorderly in public.
Somebody come running past him and spilled the bottle of wine, so he gets picked up for drunk and disorderly because they think he's drunk. He smells like it.
Oh, the Langoliers. Fucking ball sacks.
Do we have to break him out of jail before we go?
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
That
sounds funny.
That's one way it could
Can't
go.
leave you alone for 5 minutes, can I?
Nope.
He's been so good at hiding.
Unfortunately,
and
it's
fucked up.
for straight. You can't leave us alone for 5 minutes.
No, chaos ensues.
We
Oh
get
my
in trouble.
god. This is the problem with the whole family.
Yep. And now we know part of why Dad doesn't want to talk about Grandpa.
It's just like skipped a generation.
No, I could just imagine it. Him just looking at Vanya like, oh, you're just like, you're just defeated. Like,
Yeah.
Just like your grandpa. Oh my god.
Well,
shall let you handle the XP
yes,
copy.
indeed. I'll
Double
keep the
11.
spooky atmosphere going. Yes, everybody gets XP. So, everyone gets 5 for showing up. That includes Fat Guy, because he was here for a
Double
bit.
11.
Woo!
Yeah.
And since you found the gate to another plane, I'm going to say that you guys earned another 5.
Oh, nice.
I love
I
that.
say
for
another
us.
plane, but there's technically not any extra planes in the world of Zuviwao.
How is the Abyss not an extra plane?
You
Well,
don't know.
It's extraplanar in nature.
Well, no, it's probably like extra plane, like the planes in Eberron, because those are
Okay.
actually like separated world bubbles rather than.
Alira got
no.
the
Okay.
audience XP.
Ooh! That's already
Sweet.
been dished out? Oh, right.
You're muted, brother.
Aw, and the audience just gave me my first level up in this game.
Woo!
Sweet.
Yay!
Yo! Let's go!
Let's go. Well, we still have 3 points of experience to talk about for the roleplay prompts, so who pushed our plot today?
Oh. I'm gonna give it to Alira for the personal plot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Not just
I'm gonna
with
give it to.
Emerald,
I'm gonna give it
but
to
with
Alira.
Lagan, and then again with Emerald. And
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it's very much the linchpin for a lot of the stuff that happened that didn't have it exactly to do with the speech we were already on the tail of anyway. So yeah, I would give it to Valera this session.
Aw, thank you.
Aw. Who had our best scene then?
I wish I could give it to all of you because the follow-up was like I'm keeping my mouth shut. I'm just gonna enjoy this as it goes.
God. I'm tempted. Oh god. I'm tempted to either give it to Kaz or Kurobe just for like their fucking killer one-liners throughout that whole entire first part.
That would be a good best line, but what about scene?
So for that one, I'm gonna give it to Vanya. And the reason I'm gonna give it to Vanya is because of the fact that that entire scene, whilst we were all quipping and everything, and we made ourselves hurt and laughter, that entire scene was very much hinged around basically Vanya having the situation that was handed to her by inadvertently by Imbrel and Alira, and basically using it as a point of showing off kind of like the relationship between her and her brother, with everyone else quipping in alongside. But it showed us like, I never get to dunk on my brother. I'm gonna take this chance and just dunk on him a little bit. Like that kind
there's
of
always
sibling.
been like that friendly teasing and whatnot.
She's always dunked on him, and he's always kind of just accepted it.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the point where it's like,
because he
no,
dotes
this is
on
a
his
chance
little
that I get
sister.
to.
He loves his little sister.
Yeah, but like, this is one of those points where it's like, I actually
There's
get the chance to like really dunk on.
Yeah, because before it's more like friendly teasing and whatnot, just your typical sibling stuff. But this just goes a level deeper.
Yeah, it goes a bit deeper and kind of shows another depth of layer between their sibling relationship. So that's why I want to give the scene to Vanya.
Okay, I can see that.
I'll take it.
Anyone else? Anyone else with me there?
I'll go with it.
The only other one that I would have thrown out there was when Kaz left to follow Alira and Emerald kissing both Arya and Vanya on the temples before he left.
That was cute.
Oh,
Yeah.
I missed
That's the
that.
only other scene that
Yeah, that's the thing that happened.
I've had in my head
Oh,
that I could give a scene
I
to.
don't know where I was mentally. I missed that.
Yeah, you
That was
missed
right
you missed
before
the
he stopped and briefed Kurobe on what all was going on.
with Imbrel and the
Mm,
riffing.
the riffening, if you were.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'd give it to Vanya. And then for best line, I'm putting my hat in the ring.
So is it that Vanya majority then that gets
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
best scene? Okay, best line.
Pink juice.
Yeah, so it's like, so it's like, she shot her shot, now it's time for you to shoot yours. Yeah, just be sure you don't get her in the eyes. Me
That
coming
one's-
up with that was honestly
Inspector's
completely off the cuff.
delayed.
I
You
wasn't
have no
even
idea
thinking
on
it
how
came out of my
hard-
mouth.
You have no idea how hard it was not to end up making a joke. Dude, you gotta go. You gotta catch the red eye.
Look, the
my
thing that really
God.
killed it for me, like really killed me when it came to laughter, was Spectre's delayed. Wait.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait a second. Oh god.
Spectre, I
can just
love you
imagine
so much.
Arya actually sitting there, like sitting for a second, and then looking at the cars, like, wait, no.
Oh god, I would have to give
Problem
it to
is
Cos
that
because
Arya,
it's
for the most
wild.
part, tries to end up being a little bit demure and fun and just kind-hearted. Reality, the biggest degenerate of them all.
She's the kinky one. The kinkiest.
Exactly. But no, I want to chuck my hat in the ring there because that off the cuff response is probably one of the best pieces of improv I've done in a while.
That was really good.
I wasn't even thinking of it, to be honest. It just came out of my
It
mouth.
just came out your mouth.
I thought you were trying to come in your mouth.
Wow.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
That was the
Yeah.
spit roasting the other night, but you know.
My only other follow up with that is you're 137 years old and you're still acting like a virgin.
175 years old.
175 year old.
Yeah, just still acting like a virgin. Yeah.
Why aren't you a wizard?
If
Why
I
are you a
wanted to-
warrior?
If I wanted to be greedy about it, I could have ended up saying it's like I'm here. I'm trying to remember the exact line. I don't understand. It's I am of breeding age. Am I just hideous in the eye?
God, I am of breeding age. Fucking destroyed me too.
I gotta go with that.
That was another
You
one.
like confirmed everything I was trying to like veer myself away from, and then that just like fuck. Confirmed it.
That whole sequence of Alira coming to
events, yeah.
Lestron as he's cleaning up,
Mm.
and am I that hideous? I am of breeding age. Am I that hideous? I gotta give that to Alira.
Oh, I love you.
I just love like this completely alien method of thinking is compared to everybody else, and then it's like I don't know how to talk about that. If I should affirm it, I'm not sure what to do with this.
That entire sequence at like the first half. Beautiful.
The entire thing could be described as I'm fucking dead.
Yeah.
True. I was fucking dead laughing.
Right.
Look. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just award the best line to everyone.
Oh yay!
Oh,
Okay.
So generous.
I got my first two experience at level 11.
Nice. So we had Alira ding, we had Lagon ding. Anyone else ding?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
I don't even know how close I am just yet.
Okay. So we're just
Oh, I'm still just under 100 off.
So we're gonna need to make a note to Fat Guy as to what experience he got in the
I
run of
already
it.
sent it to him.
Sweet. You are on top of things. I love you.
Yeah, I am currently 14 experience from level 11.
From level 11.
Nice.
All right. Nice.
Holy shit! I actually also get my full 8 HP.
Ooh. Nice.
For once.
I am
I'm-
78 away from level 13.
Just keep in mind that level ups will be upon the long rest that you take next session.
Yes.
Keep in mind you are still at where you were at when we left off at the session, so just keep that in mind.
Fair.
I can't wait for my level 11 level up. You want to know why?
Because you get one of your class features,
Better. Much better.
your subclass feature.
My breath becomes stronger, like my force breath becomes stronger because it
Ooh.
turns into 3 dice instead of 2.
Ooh, nice.
And what I believe to be the most important thing, one of these turns into one of these.
Ah,
Oh.
yes, you get the upgrade to your monk weapon dice.
Yes.
I just start doing more damage.
From a D6
As
to
if
a
you didn't
D8.
do enough. As if you literally
Right.
couldn't just punch someone to death in one turn.
I punched an elder braid to death. I punched it to death. I made it feel fear.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing you didn't run into anything in the abyss now, did you?
Yeah, that would have probably.
We
been
almost did.
Almost did.
Almost did.
Almost
and we said hell no to that and left.
Mm-hmm.
As we well fucking should have.
As the people before you well should have and did.
This is
Oh,
great.
that was great.
I'm so excited to be lost in here for
You
a few
have-
sessions if we are to be that.
You have been touched.
Inappropriately
Consensually?
by an angel.
Yes, consensually ish.
Inappropriately by an angel.
Inappropriately by the abyss.
Well, yeah,
That's more
but I already had
demonic
that.
than angelic.
Literally demonic.
Yeah.
I thought it was devils in the abyss. I guess I'm wrong.
No, devils in the hells, demons in.
Ah,
Demons in the
okay.
abyss.
Good to know. Good to know. Well, with that being said, we are finished for today. So
Yay.
we are going to call it for the rest of the night. Thank you again, Maddie, for having a lovely raid, coming in and bringing in some of the heroes to our lovely stream. And we always love to see that. So next time we're gonna go into more stuff as to what the Lucky Sevens are doing. But in the meantime, you can catch up on previous episodes by following on YouTube or subscribing on YouTube. That is definitely getting us closer. I have had some new subscribers this month, so let's keep that going.
September be like.
Well, September is
25%
happening
off.
here
Get
on
more subs.
Twitch, so your subs are discounted if you're a new sub. If you're gifting subs, they're discounted as well. And well, one day I would like to have a subathon, but I don't exactly have the time to do that. But it would be. If you wanted to support the channel, the subscriptions are definitely a great way to do so. I really don't have time for commissions or anything, so that's kind of on a back burner right now. But yeah, if you want to support the channel, it'd be much appreciated. You can do all the free things like subscribing on YouTube, like following here on Twitch. You can promote on social media if you want to. I don't do a whole lot of that myself, but anything that you can do for free that you want to do to support the channel is more than welcome. If you want to subscribe, I'm not gonna say no. That would be great. But yeah, thanks you guys for watching. For all of you out in Twitch and on YouTube, and we will be back next week for more of Rebirth, this D&D tale, to find out what happens with this group of cultists that these Lucky Sevens have been dumped upon, and what it was that they just went through. So, until then, say goodnight, everybody.
Nice.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
I'm gonna punch a cultist.